That also in your go bags, you should have non-perishable food, flash.
Good evening, everybody. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. It is 6 p.m. We're in the city chambers, and I call the city commission regular meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner Duval, Commissioner Langdon, Mayor Stokes, Vice Mayor Emmerich, and Commissioner Petro. There's a quorum present for this meeting. Also present, City Manager Fletcher, Interim City Attorney Golan, City Clerk Faust, Board Specialist Lane, I believe Police Chief Deputy, yeah, Chief Garrison and Fire Chief Titus. Very good. And let's see, Josh, be kind enough to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the agenda by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Let's vote. And that passes 5-0. City Clerk, public comments?
Stephanie Gibson. In preparation for today's meeting, I could not find where the prioritized infrastructure project list has been delivered to the commission public as requested. Instead, we are seeing a pivot of projects that do not align with the 2024 campaign, where the city repeatedly made it very clear that our 63 water control structures were in dire need of and top priority. Yet the staff proposed projects pivoted elsewhere. The voters are left scratching their heads with the change-up. For example, the transfer station project was surprising, as it is moving forward without the project details being disclosed and discussed in a public meeting, with public input and with commissioner decision by vote. It is my understanding from last year that we roughly had the ability to borrow up to $150 million. If the voters approve your referendums, that will leave us with less than $10 million left to borrow should an emergency occur. What will we do for emergencies? Finally, I have repeatedly tried to gain an understanding as to where we stand on hurricane damage in the city. How much damage do we incur? How much damage is yet to be addressed that is not funded? I believe the city is still operating under 2 emergency orders, Ian and Milton. Will the city use the emergency borrowing authority to mitigate the shortfalls that wasn't covered by insurance or FEMA? Examples are the Public Works Building on Biscayne, Station 81. Thank you. In person, I have Robin San Vicente, followed by Kevin Burris and Josh Smith.
Evening. Going to continue a discussion at the last time I addressed the commission, which was a while ago. This is more of a chat than a comment. The subject I want to address is the Myakkahatchee Creek access and the forestry reduction of fire loading reduction of forestry, and what I determine is the project to increase the capacity and flow of the creek are the foundational reasoning for these 2 projects. I also, after receiving a significant amount of data from Robin, right, have noticed that these projects overlap. The forestry overlaps with the clearing of the creek. Another aspect of this project is that the debris from the creek is going to be placed in staging areas within the forestry project. My question is, and it's an easy one, why is not our Natural Resources Department being considered to do environmental surveys of those debris staging areas to make sure there are no protected species, flora, or fauna on those staging sites prior to the operation? Did a preliminary survey of the first staging area close to Price Boulevard. In that staging area are 2 active tortoise burrows, 2 inactive tortoise burrows that have been noted in the project. But nowhere else do I find any information related to any surveys, and I don't mean just the tortoise, okay? Because it's not just about the trees, it's not just about the tortoise. The other aspect of the project is, have you seen the equipment they're going to put down through there? You think that equipment's going to work in a 14-foot path? Okay, the clearing radius is tremendous on that equipment. Now, the other aspect is the height of the equipment. They're going to impact the canopy. Both projects are going to have significant impact on the natural environment of city-owned natural area land. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. Okay. I'm going to talk about a temporary moratorium for you to consider maybe thinking about it. I've looked into it, and I'm just going to read so I don't get swayed and wander off. But I had brought this up at a couple of the commission meetings to address the concerns of the citizens regarding enacting a temporary building moratorium, especially in certain areas and in certain circumstances within our infrastructure problems, quality of life issues, moving into habitats that we shouldn't be moving into, and the major concern is the lack of infrastructure. I understand about the Senate Bill 250 and the requirements on that moratorium. However, that applies to 10 counties, and that's regarding hurricane damage. So we can't do anything about that until October 2026. But there are several counties and cities that have already enacted temporary building moratoriums for other specific reasons through various types of ordinances, such as Alachua, Ocoee, and St. Johns County. They've done temporary moratoriums. With the rate of development within our city and the problems that come with it, such as overburdened infrastructure, loss of natural habitats, and the repercussions that go along with all of that, and the quality of life issues, just to name a few, citizens continue to cry out for a slowdown, just a slowdown, to ask the city to address several zoning issues, better strategic planning, and so on. As it stands now, after reviewing our city code and ULDC, I don't see anything within that that even addresses a temporary building moratorium with criteria for that, for enacting that. I think that it is worth us to consider doing that, putting it in our codes, and maybe even taking a slowdown or a breather to really examine and get a grip on the infrastructure concerns, which, by the way, we're still waiting for a list on the high to low priorities, which we don't have. But everybody is crying out for a breather. And I think it's really time for us to get our act together, because it just seems like we're just plowing through developments left and right into areas where we shouldn't be going into. And the strategic planning, everything needs to be addressed because it's way out of whack, in my opinion. And just to follow up on Chuck, on the Myakkahatchee Creek Access Maintenance Plan, the Turpentine Dock, which has historical and archaeological significance within the history of our city. Is that part of the debris removal? Is that just going to be taken away, or is that going to be considered and saved? So if we could get a confirmation on the Turpentine Dock, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Burris, Josh Smith, and Valerie Olander.
Good evening. My name's Kevin Burris. I've been a proud resident of Northport, Florida for the last 9 years. And I would really like somebody to either explain or look at your permit procedures. I wanted to put a 8x10 prefabricated shed in my backyard. So I'm told I have to do everything online. So I go online. Took me 2 trips back up here because your terminology in the program isn't a layman's terminology. But then I'm told I got to do a zoning permit for $255. Okay, fine. Then I'm told I also need a building permit for an additional $120. That's it's ridiculous, that type of pricing. I checked with Charlotte County. I can do the same job in Charlotte County if I live there, $116. Their zoning permit's $25. I called Venice, $200. I called City of Sarasota, $200. I'd like to know the justification for over $350 I gotta put out to put a prefabricated shed on my property. I think somebody should look into that. And that's basically why I'm here. Like I said, I haven't had any complaints with the city of Northport since I moved here, but this was a shock. I can put in a brand new air conditioning system in my house. The permit in Northport's $150. So, I mean, that's sticker shock. That was really sticker shock to me. So I basically, would like somebody to overlook some of this stuff because I don't think that is justified. It's almost a double hit on you. If you want to do a zoning permit, fine, if it's 50, 60, 70 bucks, but 255, and then on top of an additional 120, that gets kind of stiff for somebody who wants to improve their property and their quality of life. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. City manager, might we be able to have somebody from staff have a chat with this gentleman just to share some information and
Yes, Mr. Mayor, but we may not be able to validate the other information he received outside of the city of Northport. We can only speak into what
Right.
our practices are
Yeah.
and what we do.
Of course. Thanks.
Josh?
Hello, everybody. Josh Smith, citizen of Northport. It's been a month. You guys are on fire. I tried to take a month off, hoping maybe, some common sense would fill the room and everything. I would like to personally apologize to the citizens of Northport. I ran, and I feel like all it did was just galvanize people against everything that we ran for. From Price Boulevard getting talked about in a State of the City speech, it's a joke. Don't talk about it. It's clear we don't have a shovel in the ground. I mean, you can't talk about things if it's not moving forward. We still don't have traffic signals at Toledo Blade and Sumter. Accidents there every day. We still don't have any traffic signals in front of the rest of our schools. It's infrastructure, 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 yet we're building. So I'm going to be public about it because I'm a busy guy. I don't have the time. I brought company checks. I brought a pocket full of cash. I brought credit cards. I don't know who these important people are that get all of you riled up to do these weird projects. I want you to know I got the cash to be one of those important people. But let's start getting some things done around here, okay? I mean, if I got to be that guy, I will. I got a yacht. I can take you out to Boca. We can spend money. We can have a good weekend. Whatever it takes, folks. Just please start listening to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Valerie Olander, followed by Debbie McDowell.
Good evening. I am Valley Olander. Oh, by the way, what is your name? I am Valley Olander. Uppercase V, lowercase A L D Y, uppercase O, lowercase L E N D R. I am not the corporation, and I'm not a criminal. I came here in peace. I have a dignity, God-given rights, respected. Obey your oath of office, all of you. Folks, I'm using language from Florida Constitution. You take the oath. Please remove the cup of my bag. Let him sit over here. I'm not a criminal. What kind of haughty look at me? You know what is the haughty look? Read the Bible. Do you five know there is such a thing called maxims of law, sometimes called legal maxims? Ask you 8 or 9 legal department employees. Maxims are brief statements of self-evident truth that control our courts, our legislature, and every consideration of mankind that seeks what is fair and the best for all. For example, this is from Black Law Dictionary 7. Maxim number 1. So much is granted as is written, not what a Turner told you. Number 2, a law is not binding unless it has been promulgated. Question, can you imagine a manager can promulgate ordinances? Read the charter. He cannot. I received the email from some outfit called Madagascar Alert. Dear Valdi, I found this violent crime in your area. An assault has been reported near 49XX Black City Hall Boulevard. From the local police record, crime type, assault, address, 49XX Black City Hall Boulevard. Description, intimidation, including stalking. That's what this guy doing to me, and that's what you're doing to me. Do you know the difference between assault and battery? Again, from Black Law Dictionary. It becomes settled that though an assault could be committed by physical contact, it did not require this since a show of force against the body is sufficient. I am against the dictatorship of manager, and I am against the police expansion.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Debbie McDowell, resident of Northport. This is a perfect meeting to bring me out of hibernation. Let's talk about Price Boulevard. The voters approved $80 million in bonds in November of 22, but Hurricane Ian required a redesign of the 4 bridges, which took over a year. Bonds were issued in September of 2024 for $64 million, although no construction contract had been awarded yet. According to the public record documents I received, the bid was opened on December 4th. According to the bid submitted, the total construction cost for the Price Boulevard widening project is $86 million, plus the usual 10 to 15% contingency that is added to every project, making this project close to $100 million. I concede there wasn't enough time for the city manager or staff or the commission to have a discussion on how to overcome the shortfall in December. I was surprised that there was no discussion related to the Price Boulevard on the January 6th workshop, nothing on the January 14th commission meeting, nothing on today's agenda meeting, no special meeting was called, and I see that the February 3rd workshop has been canceled. I certainly hope that the 5 of you have already had a conversation with the city manager to understand what the next steps are going to be to get this project moving. But don't you think the citizens should be updated too? It's been 2 months since that bid was opened. The public deserves full transparency. Stellar communication is paramount on this project. I realize it will be a very difficult conversation. Rip the Band-Aid off. Get it out in the open. Be transparent. The cost is only going to continue to escalate. And don't forget, the first bond payment is around the corner, and we don't even have a contract to begin construction. Please communicate better with your citizenry about Price Boulevard and all of the projects. I don't need to remind anyone in this room that the commission and staff are relying on the voters to approve the referendum slated for May. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, announcements, City Clerk.
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include the Art Advisory Board, Auditor Selection Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizen Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Firefighters Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, and Veterans Park Advisory Committee. Sarasota County Advisory Council vacancies include 1 resident of Northport to serve on the Citizen Advisory Committee and 1 Parks and Recreation Advisory Board member to serve on the Parks Advisory and Recreation Council. If anyone would like more information, please see the city clerk's office.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving along, consent agenda. City Manager, has anything been pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Public comment? And I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make it, Mayor. Move to approve the items in the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. If there's nothing else to that, let us vote. That passes 5-0. Moving on to public hearings. Petition CC DMA 24-0. This is consideration of petition DMA 24093 Ecosat Arbor Park 2. This is a quasi judicial. City Clerk, would you read this petition title and swear in those wishing to give testimony, please?
Consideration of petition DMA-24-093, Echoes at Arbor Park 2. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Thank you, ma'am. We got ex parte communications. Commissioner Duval? Commissioner Langdon?
Yes, Mayor, I did have a conversation with Boons about this project and just sort of a high-level overview of the project. I also had some questions of staff in my one-on-one regarding the funding of the project, the role of the county in the project, and about our commercial expectations for this activity center.
Mr. Petro?
Yes, I have. I've met with the legal counsel of the petitioner, stating factual findings or presentation. Also had a conversation with the city manager, and also on my agenda briefing.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, on December 11th, I had a meeting with Boone and Associates and the petitioner. And basically, it wasn't about the project. It was about the process of getting the project in front of us. They were having a few hiccups going forward and going to PZAB, coming here, and didn't really discuss a lot of the particulars of the project. So it was a very short meeting.
Right, and I also, on the 11th of December, had a meeting with the Boones and their client regarding this project, background information, updated information. I also had a brief discussion with one of our county commissioners who I believe the county supports this project, so I did have a brief conversation with him. City Clerk?
Mayor.
And obviously, I had my one-on-one conversations with the city manager. I didn't know that those would be considered as ex parte. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. City Clerk, do we have any aggrieved parties? We do not. All right. Then next up's presentation from the applicant and staff, 20 minutes.
Once I turn it over to you, ready to go? Okay. Good evening, Chairman and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Boone. I'm attorney with the Boone Law Firm. I have been sworn, and I'm agent for the applicant, MHP Arbor Park 2 LLC. I'm joined here today by Chris Shear, COO of the applicant, Eduardo Turan, Director of Development, and Sean Smith, Development Manager. I also have Jackson Boone with me today, who's a partner in the Boone Law Firm with me. We have before you today a DMP amendment, technically a DMA application for a 66-unit affordable housing development with 7,799 square feet of non-residential space incorporated to be located within the future development area provided in the Arbor Park DMP, which was approved in 2022. This application was filed on June 14th this past summer and is subject to the prior ULDC regulations. The Planning and Zoning Advisory Board has recommended approval. And at this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to the applicant team to walk through the history of the property and the DMA proposal. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Jeff. Here we go. So by way of introduction, I'm Chris Shear. I'm a COO and I'm a partner with McDowell Housing Partners. We are workforce and attainable housing developers, been actively in this business of developing housing, high quality housing for the workforce and for seniors who are often on fixed incomes for about 15 years now. Done projects across the state and a couple other states as well. You know, our mission is pretty simple. You know, we want to provide high quality attainable housing options regardless of socioeconomic status. In fact, we are now complete and are in the middle of leasing up Arbor Park Phase 1, which was well received by the city, and want to appreciate your staff and everyone's involvement in that project. It has been a great success. And one of the things we heard about that project was that we want more attainable housing options for families as well. And that's what we're trying to deliver here. And so I really just in summary, before I turn it over to Eduardo, I hope that you guys hear this, this project and the presentation really on the merits of what we're trying to provide and who we're trying to serve. It's not just about housing. We have resident services and programs. Our mission is to provide a better quality of life and give people an opportunity to live and reside in the areas where they've been part of the social fabric for a long period of time, where they've contributed to the community and where they're close to their places of employment. So, Eduardo?
Hello, everyone. I'm Eduardo Turan with McDowell Housing Partner, and today I'm going to start going into the project details and explain to you guys a little further about, what we're proposing today. So, location of our project is on 1191 West Price Boulevard. It's a 4.43 acre project in a planned community development in the Activity Center number 5, the Midway Activity Center. And we are proposing three-story buildings with surface parking. As you can see in this aerial, West Price Boulevard is to the north of our site. South of our site is Phase 1 of ECO's Arbor Park 1, as Chris briefly mentioned. And to the west, we have Citizens Parkway. For presentation purposes, we've shifted the site plan 90 degrees, so now you will have West Price Boulevard on your right. I am highlighting here in blue what we are proposing as our Phase 2, containing the three-story developments that will tie in really nicely with our initial phase. So what are we proposing? Again, we're proposing three-story story apartments. We're proposing 66 total units, and we're also bringing 7,800 commercial space square footage, and we are targeting a daycare tenant, bringing a much-needed daycare to the area. Now, what amenities are we providing these residents? We're providing them pool, hardscape deck, fitness center, picnic areas, tot lots for their families to enjoy. We are also requesting a waiver request to preserve a 48-inch heritage tree that we have on site, and we have staff support for this request. Now, to give you guys an idea of the impacts that we're bringing to the community via our affordable rents, we have 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments, with the 1 bedroom apartments ranging from $493 a month to $1,300 a month, and 3 bedrooms from $681 a month to $1,800 a month. Now, here on your right, you will see the rental advantage that we are providing to these residents in comparison with the market rents that we're seeing in these areas. As you can see, they can range from 15 to over 200% in terms of the rate decreases that we're able to provide through our affordable housing projects. We have a compliance period for this project for 50 years, and it is enforceable via extend use agreement, which will run with the land for the 50 years. Now, the main issue that we're here to discuss today is the amount of commercial space that we're providing. And that's been the main point that we've been discussing with staff thus far. And so, again, the question here is how much commercial space is enough for this development? And what are those limitations for us to bring additional commercial space? And the biggest hurdle that we have is a commercial income restriction. That we cannot finance this development with low-income housing tax credit if more than 20% of the revenue is coming from non-residential uses, therefore severely impacting a larger commercial space if we were to, a larger commercial space, and that's why we cannot provide that. Additionally, I do want to highlight that we also have physical constraints on site where adding more commercial will require increasing of the building footprints and therefore requiring us to build up more stories or introduce structured parking, which create significant costs to the project. Here's a rendering of one of the buildings. The view is from West Price Boulevard. And you can see here in the center, we have our commercial space that we are proposing, the shy of 7,800 square feet. Here we have an overall view of the beautiful buildings that we're bringing to the community and that will again tie in very nicely with the first phase that has been such greatly received by the community. Here we want to just quickly show kind of the floor plans that we're proposing, showing that we're bringing great quality product to our tenants, again, at great prices. So what is the timeline for our project? We are proposing and we're wanting to start our construction as early as April 2025. So by all means, we are close to that start. Now, we would start pre-leasing a year from now, so April 2026, and plan to complete construction by August 2026. And, we would be leased up by the end of next year in October. And so, we believe that we are almost there in being able to provide this impact to the community. Now, again, want to highlight the quality of our design and the sustainability component. So you guys will see some pictures following up from our phase 1 development. And you'll see the great unit finishes that we are proposing with granite, solid surface countertops, plywood cabinets, luxury vinyl tile, as well as Energy Star appliances, low flow plumbing fixtures, providing an energy efficient home that is also a comfortable home for our residents. In addition to this, and to add on to this, we are going to secure a National Green Building System certification, which is a green building system that requires and promotes the efficiency of the systems within our buildings. Now, what impact are we going to have on the community, you guys will ask? We are generating over $1 million in tax revenue over the next 10 years. We are generating over 82 local jobs, and we are having minimal traffic impact with our proposed developments. And again, we're catering to the 30, 60, and 70% area median income demographic. You will see here the completed Arbor Park Phase 1. It has been greatly received by the community, as Chris briefly mentioned, with the picture on the left showing you a glimpse of what our beautiful clubhouse looks like, and then obviously our building our residential building. Here we just show a little bit more about what our amenities look like, providing a really nice pool, gym, fitness area, and really services that really help elevate our residents' lives. And here, what I was explaining previously, you just see a snippet of inside of the unit where we're highlighting, the high-end kitchen finishes and bathroom finishes. And with that, my contact is here. Anybody that would like to reach out, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Eduardo. Commissioners, the first thing I want to point out, and as we go through this, I want everybody, please, would be our request, not to lose sight of the fact that what we're proposing here is real affordable housing. This is 30, 60, 70% of AMI. A lot of affordable housing is at a higher percentage. This is 30, 60, and 70% AMI, and it's restricted for 50 years. So please, as we go through our presentation, don't lose sight of that. Commissioners, there's really only one issue here. This is not a situation where no non-residential is being proposed. The issue here is whether enough non-residential is being proposed. Quite simply, the applicant and staff are in disagreement over whether the amount of non-residential, the 7,800 square feet that we're proposing, is that enough? Commissioners, we like your staff. We get along with them, and we know they work hard, are well-intentioned, and try to do what they believe is in the best interest of the city. But here, our client and staff can't agree. And again, the disagreement is not on whether there should be any non-residential, but whether there's enough residential and how much can work there. Staff attempted to require our client to provide 35% of the development as non-residential, which is a policy that they've used, but it's not a requirement. We think this is very important. We're under the old ULDC, which did not have a requirement. Now, your new ULDC does have 35%, but clearly it doesn't work here, but we're not bound to that requirement in any event. Commissioners, I'm also concerned that you could read the staff report, review the staff presentation, and come away with the impression that our client filed an application, got the comments from the city, responded to them, and said, okay, we're done, we want to go to PZAB. So that's not what happened here. Our client worked with staff for weeks, for months, but eventually, and there was some back and forth and compromises, but eventually staff and our client could not come to an agreement on whether there was enough non-residential being proposed. And because these folks have a deadline they have to comply with their tax credit and their funding obligations, we had to go through the public hearing process, again, with just one issue that needed to be resolved. Please also note that staff is recommending denial where the staff report states, and I commend your staff, by the way, for being open and honest about this. The staff report is very clear. The application that you have before you, according to staff, is consistent with 10 comprehensive plan policies, goals, and objectives, and some ULDC sections as well. But it's inconsistent with 5. So consistent with 10, inconsistent with 5 of the goals, objectives, and policies. And commissioners, if I had more time in the presentation, which I don't, we'd be happy to answer questions later. It's our opinion that the application actually complies with the 5, that the staff finds that it does not. We think it's just a matter of interpretation. Again, I'd be happy to answer questions about that later if you're interested in that. So, commissioners, excuse me. So we find ourselves before you for a decision on how to resolve the one issue of whether the amount of non-residential being proposed here is enough. Again, please don't lose sight of the fact that what's being proposed here is affordable housing. It's real affordable housing, 50 years worth, a 50-year restriction of 30, 60, and 70% AMI. The application before you complies with every requirement in the city's code that it's applicable to, and in our view, complies with the comp plan in its entirety. Your staff finds 10 policies that it does comply with, 5 that it doesn't. We believe that it complies with all of them. So we believe it's fully consistent with the comprehensive plan, fully consistent with the land development code. We do have the heritage tree modification. The modification we're requesting to save the heritage tree, and it's a large heritage tree. And we would respectfully request your recommendation of approval and be happy, at the appropriate time, be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
Good evening, Lori Barnes, Assistant Development Services Director. Tonight I'm presenting the ECOS at Arbor Park 2 project on behalf of Carl Benj, the project planner who developed the staff report that's before you this evening. Unfortunately, he was unable to attend the meeting tonight. Similarly, our other Assistant Director, Gabriel Quintus, who's acting as the Planning and Zoning Manager, is also not able to attend tonight. So here I am. I will present to the extent possible. I am recovering from an illness, so if my voice gives way, Elena Ray has graciously agreed to step in and tag team this presentation if it becomes necessary. ECOS at Arbor Park is an amendment to an approved development master plan for the original Arbor Park development. The applicant is MHP Arbor Park, and the property is located at the northeast corner of Price Boulevard and Citizens Parkway. The current project, Phase 2, proposes three-story buildings totaling 66 affordable multifamily residential units and approximately 7,800 square feet of commercial space. This application has been reviewed by the Staff Development Review Team through the pre-application and formal development review process. As indicated by Mr. Boone, staff did have multiple meetings with the applicant to communicate expectations regarding a mix of uses as required by the Activity Center goals, objectives, and policies and the planned community development zoning district. As you can see here, most departments had no objections to the development master plan review. However, as it's been made clear, the planning and zoning staff has recommended denial on the basis of the residential and commercial mix. The project has a future land use designation of Activity Center 5. The current zoning map you see on the screen before you is incorrect based on the applicability of the zoning map that was in place at time this application was approved. This map should represent planned community development zoning district. Brief history on Arbor Park Phase 1. The City Commission approved this project on January 11th, 2022, and that project consisted of residential only, 136 units of affordable housing. The development master plan submitted to the City Commission as part of the agenda packet for that meeting included Exhibit B, which was the full development master plan set for Arbor Park Phase 1. On several pages of that plan set, there was a notation on the 4.43 acres that's subject to tonight's development petition that indicated the future development on that parcel would be non-residential. The City Commission on that date in January 2022 held discussions about the future non-residential development on the Price and Citizen Boulevard frontage. And Commissioner White actually inquired about the notation on the plan and asked if this means that there would be another shopping center. Neither the city staff or the applicant countered her assertion that this would be future non-residential development or commercial development at the time the City Commission approved this. That's important because the PCD zoning district and the activity center goals, objectives, and policies call for an intense mix of uses that are functionally and physically integrated in the PCD zoning and in the activity centers. So the basis for the City Commission originally approving a standalone residential development here was very well likely to be the indicator of future non-residential development on the remainder of the parcel. Again, this DMA 24093 for EcoCit Arbor Park Phase 2 is proposed to include 3 three-story buildings, 66 affordable multifamily units, and 7,800 square feet of commercial space. The multifamily equates to 15 dwelling units per acre, which is the maximum density under the activity center and PCD zoning district. Notwithstanding the issues with the maximum residential development allocation being used up in Activity Center 5, which we'll talk about a little bit more. The 7,800 square feet of commercial space on this property equates to a floor area ratio of 0.4. The maximum floor area ratio in PCD is 0.95. Briefly on the modification request, the applicant has requested the allowance for 2 rows of parking in front of the building on Price Boulevard. The purpose is to save a heritage tree. Staff absolutely supports this modification request through the development master plan process. You'll see your proposed site plan, the existing Arbor Park, to the east, Price Boulevard, and Citizens Parkway. The 3 buildings are shown on the site plan, as well as the connectivity to the existing Arbor Park. It's our understanding that they will have agreements with Arbor Park Phase 1 for use of their amenity facilities. Staff has reviewed this application for compliance with the city's comprehensive plan and the Unified Land Development Code. As to future land use element goal 1, ensuring the character and location of land uses maximize the potential for economic benefit. Staff does not feel that the development master plans as submitted would maximize the economic development potential on this parcel. As stated, they are maximizing the residential density on this parcel. They are nowhere near maximizing the non-residential allowance on this parcel. This zoning district does allow a building height of 70 feet, so there is ample opportunity to increase the non-residential square footage by going up rather than out. Future land use element objective 1 calls for future development activities to be directed to the future land use map and encourage the use of innovative land use regulations and meeting the goals, objectives, and policies within the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan, as well as the Unified Land Development Code, calls for a mix of uses in our activity centers and our PCD zoning districts. Now, most of you who have been on the commission for some time are well aware of the challenges that the city has had implementing the comprehensive plan policies as they were written and as they were in effect at time of submittal of this application. Due to those allocations being called out in the comprehensive plan in such a manner where there was no specificity as to how those regulations should be implemented. Several years ago, probably about 3 years ago, when Elena and Ray and I first came to the city, it was clear that the city commission was frustrated to see so much standalone residential development being developed in our activity centers. And we immediately took a look at the regulations and determined that there was not a physical and functional integration of uses being provided for, and the interpretation and the application of the regulations by the former staff. City Commission even requested staff to take a look at what minimums we could require. This was prior to the new ULDC adoption, which resulted in the staff review of these mixed use or supposed mixed use and developments in PCD under a microscope to ensure that they were meeting the spirit and intent of the activity center and PCD regulations. Mix of uses, mixture of employment, goods, and services in residential uses and activity centers, wide range of residential and employment alternatives to provide a balanced and healthy tax base. I'm not going to go into too much detail in regards to this goal. The staff report goes into great detail about fiscally sustainable mix of uses to provide for the long-term economic sustainability of cities. Planning staff's position is that a 10% commercial to a 15 dwelling unit per acre residential project does not rise to the standards that the city's policies envision for a intensive mixture of uses that provide for the city's long-term sustainability. Activity Center 5, we talked about this policy in general about the allocations of percentage of land uses within activity center districts. The residential allocation for Activity Center 5 for high density is used up. There is no high density residential available. When Arbor Park Phase 1 came through, the planning and zoning manager at the time issued an interpretation that this affordable housing should be permissible based on a policy in the comprehensive plan that indicates that residential will not be increased in activity centers unless it is loft-style apartments or similar affordable housing. Now, whether you agree with that interpretation of the former planning and zoning manager or not, this isn't loft-style housing. It is affordable housing. So when we took a look at this Phase 2 application, we agreed to stand by the interpretation of the former planning and zoning manager as to allowing an increase in residential for affordable housing in the activity centers. That does not absolve the applicant from meeting all of the other goals, objectives, and policies that are applicable to the activity centers and the PCD zoning districts. Intense mix of uses, physically and functionally integrated mixed uses, maximizing the economic benefit. And again, staff feels that the development as proposed does not meet the standard for the comprehensive plan policies regarding activity centers. We mentioned this policy already in my my discussion on a former slide as far as increasing the residential. Again, it is an affordable housing project. While we have not completed our housing study, we're hoping to fund that in 2026. The city has somewhere in the neighborhood between 700 and 1,000 affordable units either already developed or in the works. And we are hoping again to have the budget fund a housing study so that we have a better handle on exactly what the city's needs are going to be moving forward into build out. The open space shown on the plan does meet the recreation and open space comprehensive plan policies. The proposal does meet objective 1 of the housing element, policy 1.7 of the housing element, policy 2.6 of the housing element. Unified Land Development Code 53-103 speaks to the design of the site and the buildings, not necessarily to all the other applicable regulations. So the design is consistent with section 53-103. The lots are sized to meet the requirements of 53-106 of the ULDC. And the lot coverage, setbacks, and maximum building height are complied with on the development master plan presented, as are the buffer areas per section 53-113. This application was advertised and surrounding property owners were noticed as required by the Unified Land Development Code. Staff does recommend denial of DMA 24093 for failing to meet the comprehensive goals, objectives, and policies regarding activity centers, maximizing economic benefit, providing an intense mixture of residential and non-residential uses, and failing to provide that physically and functionally integrated mixed use and a development that will help provide for the city's long-term fiscal sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. It's rebuttal time, applicant.
Good evening. Jackson Boone, agent for the applicant, and I have been sworn. First, want to just start off, I'll address, Lori did a good job in her presentation. She did make the statement to you all about the 2022 DMP, which was approved. And what has been an item of confusion on my end is that the staff report and what was agendas as the DMP that was approved are different as far as what's shown. So Lori did say that the DMP which was approved have multiple pages on there that said non-residential future development for the area which we're in front of you today for the DMA. If I could use the overhead, I have the agenda. So the agenda here from the meeting, which is January 11th, 2022, and then the DMP, which was agenda, that is the approved DMP. So there's no confusion on that. If I could use the overhead, please, if it's working. I'll probably have to zoom in.
Could we stop the clock while you're getting it to work there, Madam Clerk?
All right, thank you. If I could zoom in, please. And bear with me, I know zooming in is going to help at least to some extent, but it's not going to make it very, very easy to read. So as you all are familiar, the agendas are done the same way they are tonight. We have here petition A, and then you have the DMP. It's agendas as a separate item. So the staff report here, the staff report contains exhibits that have non-residential labeled on there for, I believe it was exhibit B1. But it is clear what was agendas separately as the DMP that was subject to approval. This is the DMP that was approved. And you can look here, and because of the shading here, it's going to be really hard to see. But this right here, all this says is future development. And this is one page. And then the next page here, there is no label. That's survey data. The next page here, there is no label. The next page here, and I believe this is the only other page that has a label. And I apologize for spinning this around so quickly. This only says future development. And then here, the last page, this says future development. So it's clear by the DMP that was approved. This is the controlling document. There is no non-residential label. I've made the statement to staff and other personnel in the city on that point as we had our meetings with staff about, hey, there's this discrepancy. Can you clarify it for me? I did not receive any response. So again, we like working with staff, but on this item, it's just no information other than the document that controls which was approved.
Thank you, Jackson. And as I've learned over the years, just to say it bluntly, the DMP that was approved has no restriction. So there's no restriction in front of you at all today. What the City Commission approved is what the City Commission approved, period. Whether we're here today or whether we're in a courtroom, that's what it is. I wanted to respond, and I don't have enough time to go through all 5 of the comp plan policies. If I could have the overhead again, please, Heather. I was hoping you'd leave it on. Oh, there we go. If you'll recall, Lori showed you this in your the presentation, this policy that showed the current percentages and that all of the medium density residential is used up. And then that went over to future land use goal 2.25. And what's important here is that this policy says that any change of land use in the activity centers that does not further the financial sustainability of the city shall be prohibited. Land use changes for more residential use than is already permitted within the activity centers shall be prohibited with the exception. With the exception. Mixed uses, again, the issue here is how much of a mix. We have mixed uses, similar mixed uses that provide low-income housing. You can't see the board, but that was our presentation. So we actually meet the exception. We actually comply with this comp plan policy and the table before it. Again, if I had more time, I could go through the other policies that staff has said that we are inconsistent with, but we believe that as far as the other ones go, we are consistent with all of them. Lastly, remember that there is a large amount of undeveloped land in this activity center. We're focused on 4 acres as if that's the only development that's ever going to occur there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. Staff, rebuttal.
Lori Barnes, Assistant Director of Development Services. I have been sworn. Just very briefly on Mr. Boone's commentary, Boone Jr.'s commentary on the Development Master Plan being attached as a separate item on the January 2022 meeting. So I will agree that there was a separate attachment that was labeled Arbor Park Development Master Plan. However, in the staff report that was attached to the Development Master Plan, Exhibit B1 is called out as the Development Master Plan. Exhibit B1 Development Master Plan in the same packet as the Development Master Plan Mr. Boone spoke to includes future development, non-residential, on multiple pages, and this is probably not going to cooperate with me very well. Not easy to see on this aerial here. Potential future development, non-residential. On this sheet, potential non-residential future development. So when you think about the City Commission and what version of the Development Master Plan they were looking to when they approved this Development Master Plan, in my opinion, it was the exhibit attached to the staff report. If you look at the meeting minutes for this project from January, you will see that the commission questions took place, and it specifically mentions commercial development for the remainder of the parcel. And that goes to the discussion that I mentioned Commissioner White having at that January 2022 meeting. As to the specific comprehensive plan policy that speaks to loft-style apartments and similar mixed-use developments that provide affordable housing, similar mixed-use developments. This would be a similar mixed-use development perhaps to a loft-style apartment. Loft-style apartments are redevelopment of industrial buildings, and they create those lofts and upper floors over non-residential development. Nowhere in that policy is it indicated that the city has no discretion to determine compliance with all of the other comprehensive plan policies regarding intensity and mix of uses that are applicable to this development, despite the affordable housing component.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. City Clerk, public comments on this item?
Yes, we have June Marcieri, followed by Jim Maggart and Larry Blake.
Were these individuals sworn?
Was everybody that signed up to provide public comment, did you stand and raise your right hand when we swore everybody in? If not,
I did not see them.
I just asked them. Did you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
June Margieri, you said my name very well, by the way. I'm a resident now at Arbor Park, Phase 1, and it couldn't have come at a better time because I've been homeless for a couple of years, and it really did benefit many people living there at this time. I don't think commercial property being adjoined to it would benefit, being there's a lot of children across the street at the other park, the other development, and then there's a lot of seniors where we are, some very fragile, that would just bring chaos to West Price and getting in and out and not being able to walk to Publix if we needed to. So I would like to see it as more low-income housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jim Maggart. I'm currently a resident at Harbors, and it couldn't come at a better time because when you say affordable housing here in Florida, people laugh in your face. And I had a hard time getting a place to live based on my income. It's a fixed income, and it's just not a Florida thing. It's all over America. You know, housing is high. Right across the street of Toledo Blade, for the same thing I have now, it's almost $2,000. You know, if I was to get that, I wouldn't have no money to eat on or live on. So, you know, I'm very thankful that I got a church member set me up with the address and the phone number to contact the people, and I became a resident. You know, I heard some things about we might be sharing stuff from the other park, which it's okay, but I like to see it more 55 and older, keep that separation. That's just my opinion. But it's a great place to live. I treat it like it's my home. Technically, it is my home. So I take everything to heart and soul. I keep my eyes out. I know that area. I lived in Northport for 11 years. I love Northport, and I think the gentlemen here are doing a great job, and if it wasn't for them, people like me and others wouldn't have this opportunity to call another place their home in the times that we live in today. So I just want to say thank you for letting me share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gary Blake. I also live at Harbor. I, too, was homeless. I just moved in December. And for these gentlemen to make low-income facilities for people like me and other ones who are on fixed incomes, Social Security, it's a great place, and it's like heaven to meet people with our age to areas where we have people who talk to, because it's very hard to meet people as seniors. So now these young people want to make a family one, that's even better. Because it's hard for even families with 2 or 3 kids or more to afford living in housing or apartments. Like the young man just said, I've been in too many of these apartments trying to get in, couldn't afford it. So this place is great. It's like heaven. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Debbie McDowell and Josh Smith.
Hello again. First, I want to clear the record. I have absolutely no connection to the applicants. No connection, no familial or business. We just have a common name. Everybody knows that I like to do research. My research shows that since January of 22 until now, prior to this DMA, the commission has approved over 2,000 luxury apartments. Not counting all the luxury apartments at Heron Creek that were approved long, long ago. During that same time frame, the commission has approved 424 affordable housing dwelling units that are income restricted. Of those 424 housing developments, dwelling units, 288 are for families. 136 are age restricted and income restricted. I fully understand we need to have a non-residential component. Activity Center 5 has plenty of land and opportunities to fulfill that requirement in tax base and jobs. I don't see developers busting down the doors to build affordable housing in our city. Thank you. Thank you. This developer has already had a vested interest in Northport with their development of Arbor Park Phase 1. They agreed to incorporate 9% non-residential within their development. The multifamily luxury apartments, 4 had 0 non-residential. 0. 2 had a component of non-residential. One of them is in Welland Park, and the other one is at Sumter and Pocatello, which is on 11 acres, and they're required to build 10,000 square feet of non-residential. This is 4 acres, and they're building almost 8,000 square feet of non-residential. Please support this project. We need affordable housing in this city. We need it for our seniors. We need it for our families. This will be constructed within 2 years. You have it on the record. How long is it going to take for that 4 acres to actually get developed as commercial property? A hell of a long time.
I need to be sworn.
Josh Smith, citizen. I'd like to thank staff for sticking to your guns on this. I'm going to go against you here, but it's just amazing to see that with that ULDC. I mean, it's nice to see staff actually stick to the commercial side. I mean, we literally took a wrecking ball to most of the city neighborhoods around here, and it's good to see them sticking to their guns. Unfortunately, this is one of those areas where it's going to be industrial, commercial. This is the zone. I mean, this is, you know, and I live right next to it. But if you want all these people to work, you're going to need some affordable people who can work there. I promise I'm not working at any of those places. So if we've got a place that's actually willing to get some affordable care in or affordable housing in, that way we have people to work the jobs that are going to be in a commercial setting, I think it would be an excellent thing. As a side note, this is one of those things that I love about the Ponzi scheme that is growth pays for growth. This is one of them projects where you guys get to look at the numbers and prove I'm right. Supposedly, it's only going to bring in $1 million over 10 years. I guarantee it's going to cost more in infrastructure costs to build this thing than that. The impact fees are not going to cover the infrastructure it's going to take. Please remember, as these projects come before you, that the growth versus growth is an exponential thing. If it takes $100, it takes $200 to cover it in a year. We've proven that. So you have to continue to grow at an insane rate, and the more you grow, the more you grow. Please start paying attention to the whole picture, folks. And like I said, if we can actually get some tax money coming in and we can get some affordable housing instead of that thing sitting grass forever, why not? Toledo Blade is the area where you decided that this is just needs to be the epicenter of the economy. Let's get some people who want to live here. Let's get some people who want to work here. I'm always hearing that 90% of the people leave. This would be a great way to get some people who can actually afford to work in this town. We don't have a lot of jobs that pay a lot. That's why we leave. So let's get some people in here who can actually live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? All right. Moving on to commissioner questions and discussions. Commissioner Langdon.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot of questions, so you may want to time me, and I'll come back for a second round if others want to speak. I have some questions of staff. In our old, where did staff go? Where is she?
Right here in front.
Oh, right in front. In our old ULDC, we did have some percentage targets for non-residential development in our activity centers. What was that percentage for Activity Center 5 in the old ULDC?
Activity Center 5, 13% professional office, 44% commercial, 31% industrial.
Okay, so that's still in total 88% non-residential. Do we know where we are at today in our commercial ratio in this activity center?
Let's see. I can tell you that we have, unfortunately, I don't have a combined breakdown for you. So 13% of Activity Center 5 for professional office would be 87.6 acres. There are 69.2 acres remaining. 44% commercial is 296.5 acres. There are 250 acres remaining. 31% industrial would be 208.9 acres, and that leaves 159.2 acres remaining. Keeping in mind that these percent allocations and the acreage allocations, activity center wide, somewhat flawed, which is why we didn't carry those forward to the new ULDC. Our residential allocations for low density, medium density, and high density are all used. And as a matter of fact, the high density is at minus 13.2 acres.
So we've already overbuilt according to the old ULDC.
Correct.
in
And that
residential.
13.2 acres was Arbor Park Phase 2, and that was allowed because of the comprehensive plan policy that specifically spoke to loft-style apartments or similar mixed-use developments providing for affordable housing.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to be a little bit all over the place with my questions, and I apologize for that. Perhaps the applicant can help me with the next one. Can you talk a little bit more about the federal grant? And also, as part of that, what is Sarasota County's involvement, if any, in this project?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. So this project is funded through a very competitive allocation process of the Housing Tax Credit Program, which is federal credit allocated by the state of Florida through a department called Florida Housing Finance Corporation. These credits are issued to about 6 developments per year in medium counties out of about 60 applications. So highly, highly sought after, highly touted credits, very valuable because they give you enough funding effectively to get these jobs built and build them properly with a high level of quality.
And they limit the amount of commercial that can be part of those? Did I understand
So
that
the
correctly?
constraint is the federal constraint. So this program is governed under the Internal Revenue Code, Section 42 of the Internal Revenue Code. And part of the code, because they don't want to have these credits go to subsidize a large portion of commercial non-residential, they limit you, because it's a housing development first and foremost, but it can include mixed-use components. So they limit you to 20% of the revenue that comes in through your commercial leases or through your rental of your units. The 20% maximum can come from the commercial component before it would violate that provision of the tax code. And then Sarasota County, I think, was your last question. Sarasota County awarded us $1 million loan through the CDBG DR program, which came as a result of Hurricane Ian. Sarasota County got a direct allocation. They were looking, as part of that allocation, their action plan required investment in affordable housing. And we were again selected amongst a high number of applications for a small award of funding, but they are financial partners of ours.
Okay.
Commissioner, if I might, to fully answer your question, I'm just going to ask Mr. Shearer. By the way, there were a lot of questions about this 20% at the PZAB meeting,
PZAB, yeah.
and so, Chris, if you would explain what happens if you exceed 20% of the revenue, and as far as the tax credit and the people that have bought the consequences of that, and also please explain about how you have a certain minimum number of units you have to build per the tax credit, for your financing. And if you, and that constraint, that plus the 20% locks you in as to how much non-residential you can. So how all that works together.
Sure. So when we submit an application to the state for these very coveted credits, we stipulate a number of units that we're going to build. And as you can imagine, we would have a lot of competitors who would not be happy if we went in and said, hey, we're going to produce 66 units and tried to reduce it down. In fact, that would result in a lawsuit. So we are set at 66 units. We could go up. We can't go down. The 20%, what would happen here is we go and we find an investor to buy these credits, usually a bank, insurance companies, those companies who have large tax liabilities. They buy these credits to offset their taxes. And so there's some requirements that they have through federal regulation, the Community Redevelopment Act, that requires banks to buy these credits. So they're the biggest buyer of these. But what happens after they make the investment is they need to get a tax opinion that we meet all the requirements of Section 42 of the Internal Revenue Code. And so if we were to demonstrate that we couldn't get that opinion rendered because of the amount of commercial space or the amount of revenue coming from that commercial space, we wouldn't be able to close the financing on the transaction. If
Okay,
we did close the
thank you for
financing and
that.
found out later that that was the case, we'd be subject to what's called recapture. Our credits would be pulled back, and we would have a personal liability. Me, myself, and my partner would have a liability to then pay the investor back for the equity that they put into the development.
Okay, I get the gist of that. And Miss Laurie, I apologize. You probably need a break, but I'll probably need you back here. And tell me when my time is up. I'll
And I
just
don't
keep
see any other
going.
commissioner names up there, so you have
So
the floor.
if you could put the schematic again of phase two, what the buildings look like, and I'll just continue with my questions as you do that. So I think I saw 3 buildings, 3 stories each. I'm assuming the commercial is vertically integrated, meaning the first floor is commercial. I guess my question for Lori would be, if all 3 floors of those buildings were commercial, what percentage would we get to? So I'm hearing 10% on one side, I'm hearing 35% on the other side.
It will take me some time to do some math with a view that is going to allow me to accurately read the building footprint square footages for the other 2 buildings.
Any kind of gut, just a
right.
rough gut feel, I'm not expecting you to be
Probably get
exact.
you somewhere near 30%.
Okay, so if all the first floors are
Yes.
commercial.
So the building for mixed use has got a little bit of a larger footprint, somewhere in the 36,000, I think, range, and then the other 2 were 26. So it might be, between 25 and 30% if they were all vertically integrated mixed use. That would be my gut
Okay.
guesstimate without running the numbers for you.
Okay, and so applicant, if we took those first floors away, how many units can you build in the current footprint?
And to include parking, to meet the parking requirements
Correct.
for all that non-residential
Yeah,
space.
so just,
Plus the
again,
66
just
units.
those 2 floors, the 2 upper floors of the 3 buildings, how many units
Well,
are we?
assuming we weren't constrained by, the ability to finance the project and we just went up, we'd
And
have
that's a
to,
related question. What are the implications of going up for you
that's the
guys?
problem. So the physical constraints of the site, we're working with 4.43 acres.
Mhm.
Right now, the biggest cost in construction is concrete. In order to build something that has a much larger commercial footprint requires additional parking, which means that I'm going to have to build a parking structure. And that's when things tip upside down pretty quickly because the cost of building a structured parking deck right now is running me about $30,000 to $35,000 a space to construct, whereas a surface parking space costs about $2,500 for the asphalt and striping. So the numbers get turned upside down, rendering it financially infeasible. As we add more commercial, have to add more parking, eventually there's a tipping point where that does not work. In addition, if we go up above 3 stories, we no longer can have a walk-up unit. We are required then to
Have an
put in an elevator. Elevators are costing us about $250,000 per elevator right now. So
Okay.
we're working with a limited number of sources of financing that we have, and we are, we have to make the cost work within the sources of funding that we have. And so that's where we really, as developers, what we do on a daily basis is optimize how we can make that perfect mix work. And in many cases, it seems, in theory, easy to adjust it, but you move one lever and 16 other levers move down, and you got to always balance them out. So that's sort of the complication in general, and I'm sure there'd be some other spiral effects that we'd have to deal with if we added more commercial.
Okay, and I'm sure this is in your proposal, but it's just not here. So you have 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. What's the square footage of each?
So they run between 650, approximately 650 square feet to a little bit over 1,000 square feet. If I can pull up my my
So the
presentation.
one bedroom is 650, the two bedroom is what?
Right here. I did not. So
I know
one,
it's in
one
there,
bedroom
I-
is
okay.
699, two bedrooms 989, and three
Okay,
bedrooms
so we have
1184.
one bedroom, 700 square feet, two bedrooms, almost 1,000. Three bedrooms, almost 1,200. Okay.
Commissioner Langdon, on the square footage issue, there was a lot of discussion about this at the PZAB meeting, trying to find an extra 500 square feet or 1,000 square feet of non-residential. Mr. Bench, you made the presentation, told the PZAB that there were 250 acres of undeveloped commercial land in Activity Center 5, and that there were 159 acres of undeveloped industrial land in Activity Center 5. So I use my calculator because I suffer from Venice High School math, and the square footage of the commercial undeveloped land, I'm talking about square footage, a little bit more here, a little bit more there, 10,890,000 square undeveloped square footage of commercial in Activity Center 5, or industrial, 6,926,040. So that's roughly 17.8 million undeveloped square feet of industrial and commercial in Activity Center 5.
My goodness, where is that land in Activity Center 5? Ms. Barnes, can you
I actually-
confirm?
We have an aerial.
I've got an aerial, and Jackson Boone, agent for the
Yeah.
applicant. I could use the overhead again. Thank you, Heather. So if you could zoom out just a little, north of Price Boulevard alone is approximately 180, 181 acres.
Well, north of Price is a different activity center.
No,
Yes.
ma'am. It's in the
Yes, it
same.
is.
It's in the same.
Ms. Laurie, can you clarify that for us, please? Gateway is 5, our innovation corridor.
We're on.
We've gone back and forth between names and numbers, and now I can't
This is
identify any of them.
AC5.
so.
Let's just bring it up real quick because you're right. We've had a lot of different names and numbers and hopefully we still have
And
our
again,
activities
Commissioner,
in
while
that, yeah.
Lori's trying to find this, the figures I gave you were what staff reported to the PZAB at the PZAB meeting as
Okay.
far as the acreage.
Okay, thank you.
That's where we got the information from with staff.
Yes, and I am 99.9% certain that that is, and of course,
And your comp plan's the best map.
page is not there anymore.
If you go to the where the zoning map where you can change it, it's the best way.
So, Activity Center 5 does incorporate the land north of Price Boulevard. IT, thank you.
North of Price, but not
Yes.
north of Toledo. I mean,
Right.
north of 75.
No,
That's what I
not
mean.
north of 75.
It's a
It
different
stops
activity
at,
center.
it stops at Panacea and the canal.
Okay, thank you for that.
And kind of to get to this point, as Jeff Boone was speaking on, and I know we've talked about 2022. This takes me back to, I think, the first presentation I gave in front of City Manager Fletcher about a rezoning, which you all who were on the commission at that time may remember about a parcel north of Toledo, or north of the interstate on Toledo Blade on the west side. And there's been this conversation with staff about how do we look at property and activity centers that's zoned PCD? Are we looking at it piece by piece, or are we looking at it activity center whole? And understanding the PCD zoning district is geared to create mixed use in the activity centers, but are we focusing that specifically on each parcel, or are we focusing it on the activity center wide? I think it says either in the comp plan and or the ULDC to create the functional and integrated uses to create a campus-like area to attract major employers and to provide a multitude of uses, including residential as a standalone use. It's clear residential as a standalone use is allowed in activity centers and allowed in PCD, but this wrestling back and forth of how do we do it? In this aerial alone, you can see, there's the Publix anchored shopping center immediately to our east. That has retail. That's the only use. That doesn't have two different specific uses, at least to my knowledge, on that site. Does that mean that's inconsistent with the ULDC and it's inconsistent with the comp plan? No, it's a contributing parcel to the activity center wide. We got to this at the end of the PZAB hearing. And again, our interpretation, and it's been the entire time since I've dealt with the ULDC and the comp plan, the activity centers in PCD are looked at in macro, not in micro. Here we have a parcel that does have a mix of uses, but when you're focusing on it in a micro scale, sure, you would want to maximize both of those uses to the greatest extent possible for you all on this side of the dais. But the code does not require, there is no codified percentage requirement in the code. Remember, we're under the old code. There is no codified percentage requirement in the comp plan. Staff has a policy. They have every right to have a policy to guide their decision-making, but there is no codified percentage requirement in the code. I submit to you, we're consistent with the code, and we're consistent with the comp plan, and we're compliant with the code.
Thank you. Ms. Barnes, what are the allowed uses for commercial in this area? What kind of businesses would be allowed on that parcel?
What would be allowed is per the activity center regulations, permitted uses. So a wide variety of commercial uses.
I mean, we're not going to see an industrial complex.
Retail
on
to
that parcel,
services
so.
to, you might have some light industrial uses, but light industrial is contained inside a building. You're talking maybe a small cottage assembly or that kind of thing. Cottage business assembly, not any large scale type industrial. And moreover, we'd be looking for a mix of uses. The code requires a mix of uses in activity centers. So it doesn't have to be residential. It can be a mix of commercial, office. It doesn't have to mix with residential necessarily.
Wow. I'm just going to swing into comments. Do you have some questions, or I don't want to be dominating this
I
conversation.
don't see any other commissioners' names up there.
How
Go
about
ahead.
you?
I do have some comments
Why
at the
don't you
end.
go and let me sort of collect my comments here?
All right. Has there ever been any non-residential interest in developing this particular parcel in the
Mayor
last
Stokes.
couple of years?
Chris Shear for the record. We had the property marketed for about a year, and we only had 2 letters of intent, both from Public Storage users.
Certainly need a lot more storage in the city. Thank you. Um, let's see, so basically, we've got a project that if we force up the non-residential development, you folks lose your tax pennies and makes this project not viable. Um, we certainly need affordable housing. Um, you know, I appreciate all the subtleties and the nuances of the presentation, and I do wish to back up a little and commend staff. You know, this city commission has pushed economic development in this city consistently. And it would be distressing had staff actually supported this. Okay, so I appreciate that staff stood their ground and feels that this should not be approved. On the other hand, we commissioners have that luxury. We are policymakers. We look at what's best for the city and its citizens. And looking at this project, we have federal monies to help build affordable housing. We have a county that supported this project. We have a benefit to what's going to be 66 families and/or individuals who desperately need affordable places to live in our city. As the numbers were quoted, over 2,000 market rate apartments. And, you know, I mean, how much affordable do we have? And we're doing a pretty good job, probably better than most municipalities in and around this county. But that doesn't mean we should be complacent or not continue to push to afford more people the opportunity to stay in Northport. This property abuts Price. Price is going to be widened. The reality, if this project doesn't get approved, of anything else going on that property, non-residential, this property will sit for years from a practical standpoint, in my opinion. I've been in that area. I've driven those neighborhoods. I've looked. To me, an affordable housing property of this caliber would be a perfect mix. And commission has the legal authority to make a decision to approve this. And as long as we're following the law, as far as I'm concerned, I don't believe this project makes or breaks the economic viability of the city. $1 million over 10 years is good. I'd love to know what a mini storage would throw off over a 10-year period. How much different would it be? Would it be another million over 10 years? I don't know that number. But I guess to say that, you know, I venture to say that it wouldn't be so significant that it's going to, you know, make a significant impact on the economic viability of the city. So I am totally in support of this. I think this makes sense. I appreciate it does not follow the spirit of what commission has directed staff to do. And again, I commend staff for standing their ground. That's what you should do. We have to look at what's best for the city and for its citizens. And by God, we need some more affordable housing. So that's it. Commissioner, floor is all yours. Oh, looks like I'm taking the floor away from you. Commissioner Duval.
Thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, for the petitioners, along the way in the presentation, I heard, I think the words were compliance period 50 years. Could you explain to me what that means?
We're going to enter into a land use restriction agreement that runs with the land, meaning it is not, if there were an action of foreclosure from a lender, it would not be wiped out. It is there in place and cannot be wiped out for a period of 50 years, where we're covenanting to the income and rent restrictions that we have in place that were presented earlier in the presentation over a period of 50 years. So I won't be around when that happens, but after 50 years, we have a few options, and you know, it may end up continuing to be affordable housing, but it gives us that flexibility thereafter to restructure the asset.
All right, so what I'm getting at is, will this be affordable housing after a 10-year period?
100%.
Okay, it'll continue. Okay,
100%.
thank you for that. I just have some comments. Lori, I hope when the raises and promotions come due, that your name is on top of the list. Now, to be, to be battling, one person here and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I commend you, especially when, you were number 3 on the list. And I do commend staff for their position. On the street that I live on, there's a sign and it says speed limit 30 miles an hour. That is a law. And there's no prevarication of that whatsoever, okay? It's a law. What we've been talking about a lot this evening is a policy. There's a difference between a policy and a law. Obviously, the city, the way it was, first incorporated and, the way it developed, it was built residential. And everybody knows that residential just does not pay the bills as well as commercial. And for us to try to get to that commercial 30, 35%, that's a great goal. And, I truly believe the city's going to be working on that. But in this case, I'm looking at, as you've heard some of our public commenters mention, we're talking about homes for people who have trouble paying the rents in this area. And we have had a plethora of luxury housing built. As a commissioner, I have to look at what I feel is the benefit for the citizens. To maximize the benefit for the city and the citizens of the city, to give up this amount of commercial in this one instance is overridden by the fact that it's also a commercial benefit for businesses here to have employees that can afford to live here. And also, just one more thing, the PZAB did approve this, and the commission appoints the PZAB members and relies on their input. I do thank the staff wholeheartedly for their efforts, but I'm for this project. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes. Like I said, I didn't have much knowledge about this project coming in until listening tonight, but what really got me, and it's really a no-brainer, but it's the stories from the residents that lived there and how it changed their lives and made it a hell of a lot better for them to be able to reside within our community which they enjoy and love to be here with. And we have to give that opportunity to anybody out there that's willing to pursue that. I agree staff's stuck with their guns, and I appreciate that. But I also agree with Jackson. When we look at these activity centers, they should be looked at the macro, not the micro, because each piece is going to complement every other piece that's in there. And before long, we've got to have a place for everybody. We will have commercial, a lot of vacant land out there. If we denied this, you just got more vacant land sitting out there going to waste when we could have 66 families living in there. And when it comes down to infrastructure and everything like that out there, we are limiting infrastructure needs by having a one-stop shop for sanitation, the water lines, everything and such. So it does cut down on the cost to the city on having to go out and go into 60 different homes, emptying their trash, doing sidewalk maintenance, this, that, and the other. So to me, it's a no-brainer. I am for this project. I'm also in agreement for the waiver to save the Heritage Oak. And whenever that time comes, I'll gladly make that motion, Mayor. That's all I got.
Vice Mayor. Commissioner Langdon.
As often happens, I approach things with a different perspective. And this commission just went through an extremely painful process of rezoning this city. And I think all of us, and certainly myself personally, have spent a lot of time talking with residents of the city of how vitally important developing out our commercial space is to the long-term financial viability of the city. And our percentages are whacked out in terms of how much commercial development we have and how much residential development we have. I would not give 1 minute's consideration to this housing proposal if it weren't affordable. And I am struggling to find a reason to say yes to it in light of what we have just gone through as a community to expand our commercial footprint. Over the past, from my humble opinion, over the past 20, 25 years, our government, staff, and commission have made incremental decisions that have dramatically expanded the residential footprint in our activity centers. And for those who aren't aware, way back when our activity centers were formed to be a focal point of commercial development. And yet, and whether it's law or policy or practice, I think it was pretty clear in both our old ULDC, and I suspect the Misters Boone are more familiar with the old ULDC than I am. You've been around a lot longer. But clearly, the intention for those activity centers was commercial of all types. And yet when you travel around them, there are subdivisions of single-family homes and single-family home neighborhoods throughout our activity centers. And I believe we got there by making incremental decisions like this one and being way too willing to give away our commercial footprint for residential footprint. Now, again, I wouldn't even give a minute's thought to this proposal if it weren't affordable. So here's my dilemma that I'm really hoping someone can help me with. I don't know how much affordable housing the city needs. Our housing study is 12, 15 years old. I'm kind of looking to Mrs. Barnes, Ms. Barnes for that. It's old and it needs to be redone. And here's how I look at affordable housing. My priority list in this order for who I want to benefit when the city of Northport supports the development of affordable housing in our city is number one, current or recent residents who've been pushed out of their homes because they can no longer afford it. I want those people front of the line when leasing offices open up for affordable housing. My second priority are people who work here and would like to live here, but they can't afford it. I want those folks to be second in line for those affordable units. And third, in light of how our city is growing, we have, I don't know, I'm losing count of how many hospitals are coming here. There's going to be a lot of them, and they'll bring good paying jobs, but they're also going to bring pay levels for people who require affordable housing. I have no numbers, but I'll tell you what I do know. Two things. This city has been way more committed to building affordable housing here than any other contingent community that I see. Educate me if my data is off, but we've done an okay job doing that. The other thing I know, because I worked it to the bone with Palm Port. How do we get those priority people, residents who are being displaced, workers who can't afford to live here? How do we get them to the front of the leasing line? Legally, we can't do it. So do I want to give up commercial land for affordable housing that might go to people that don't fit my priority list? Let the other communities build affordable housing for their residents that are being displaced, for their workers who can't afford to live there. I believe that the housing should be where the jobs are. And when you look at our city's job production with our affordable unit production, we're doing really, really good. We haven't done a good job producing jobs. So I'm struggling with this incremental decision-making process of the past decades where we've so eagerly given up commercial space for residential. I don't know how many affordable units I need. All I know is I can't put my folks at the front of the line. That's a problem for me. So for this project to work for me, I'd like to see some meeting in the middle. How can we increase the commercial component? I don't think we're going to get to 35. And I also appreciate staff holding the line because that's what this commission asked them to do. So how do we get there, gentlemen and ladies? What can we do to enhance the commercial viability of this project without jeopardizing your funding? Can we get to 15 or 20%? Can one building go up a floor? I'd approve that waiver if we have to go higher than what's allowed. I mean, I guess what I want is, for me personally, I'm willing to work with you. I would like the project here. It's all the things I've shared with you that are making this decision really tough for me.
No, we hear you, and I respect your perspective. It's an interesting perspective that I don't have the history within the city to really glean on my own. So at this point, there's not much we can do with the amount of commercial. We started out with no commercial, and in the working process with staff, starting at the end of 2023, we were told that there's the policy to incorporate commercial. And we worked really hard to get a site plan that worked, that didn't require massive a number of variances, a multitude of variances.
Right.
As you can see, we only have the one with the heritage tree. So we worked really hard to get a site plan that fit physically within the land development code and the guidelines. We also worked very hard to develop a product that is still able to be a high quality product that could be supported financially. And everything we do at this point to change it is going to cost more money and turn that upside down.
Can we go up with one building? So you only have to put elevators in one building? Work with us here to see how we might balance this a little better.
So, Commissioner, please remember, by the way, I'm going to speak just personally for me. I respect what you're trying to do here. We
Right.
had this perhaps not as passionately, but we had this very same discussion at PZAB. So 2 things I just would ask you, please, to keep in mind when you're asking my client about this, and I'm giving him a chance to think about it, is number one, they have been working on this. It isn't as if they started at, 7,700 and have only been willing to go up to 7,800, right? So they have been working with staff on this. That's number one. Number two, they're limited by the 20%. The problem here that you're drilling down on might actually be the federal tax code that has the 20% limitation. Third,
Let me ask you this, if I can just interject there, if I may, Mira.
Let's try to land this plane
I
shortly.
know, I get it.
Commissioner.
I get it. If we do the integration horizontally and separate the commercial into an independent building, can you lop it off? Can you somehow? And maybe the other buildings go up, maybe they don't, you get the first floors back. What can we do?
I don't think there's an opportunity to, bifurcate them because it's all under one loan. It's all under one allocation of federal credits. As we were looking at the numbers leading up to this meeting, the 20% already requires us, because our rents are so low. Again, affordable housing, our rents are capped, so 20% of the total revenue is lower. So based on the commercial rates right now in the area, we're going to be renting this space for pretty reasonable material discount compared to the market, which is not a problem for us. We're okay with that.
Right.
But we do have to abide by that law. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to move the project forward. The only other thing too, that I would love to work more diligently on this, and we're creative people. We try. We've been very creative in getting this site plan produced. We do have a deadline to close financing by the end of March. Otherwise, our credits are subjected and they're at jeopardy, and the project becomes a jeopardy. And obviously, we have a big commitment to this project at this point, and we have been working with staff for many, many months. I wish we would have had a conversation sooner, and that's to no one's fault, but perhaps there was a little bit of room we could have made something work. But at this point, amending the site plan, adding the additional cost, having to be cognizant of the potential violation of the federal Internal Revenue Code requirement, I think it's inherently just difficult for us to get there and get all that done when we have to meet this deadline, Commissioner.
I have one last question. Is there any way legally we can get Northport residents and Northport workers to the front of the line?
So what we do have to abide by fair housing laws, and that's probably where
Early leasing,
you were talking about Palm Port. Exactly. So we have an interest list that we work through before we open it up publicly for leasing. And so we're able to work with our partners, a lot of our financial partners, similar to other jurisdictions that we've worked with.
What about the city's housing partners in the region, our social services division
That's
here
our-
in the city? Are they part of your?
That is our marketing strategy 101. That's who we go to first, because we want to serve residents of Northport.
Right.
We don't want people coming in from Collier County if we don't need them to. And we know there's enough demand here. So
Right.
we'll be very happy to work with you on some strategies there. And, we don't know everybody here in the city that may be of interest or may have, nonprofits that are mission aligned with us as well. So we would love to take you up on that, to have an
We
opportunity.
know who they are.
So absolutely. And we can find some ways to make sure we have residents here on a list, an interest list, before we open it up for the public.
Thank you.
Commissioner Petro, last but not least.
Mayor, I'll be quick. Thank you for your presentation, and the city staff, thank you for your presentation as well. I have a question, not that I'm in favor or against this practice. Do you do background checks when you do lease, when it comes to be open?
Yeah, we have to. So we are long-term owners of these assets, meaning we own this for, there's a period of 15 years where the credit period is. Our investor, who's buying the credits for them, is doing the deal with us. We're the sponsor. We're putting up the financial guarantees. They're doing business with us because we have a partnership. So there is no way for us to get out of this deal for a minimum of 15 years. And in most cases, we own it for another 15 years. So we are long-term owners. This is not a build and sell. As a result of that, we are very cognizant and we scrutinize our applicants. We want the best applicants. So no criminal histories outside of minor misdemeanors. Certain credit checks, background checks are just part of the tenant review process. Employment history is important when we're dealing with families, particularly, and eviction history. So there's a lot of areas and data that we check in registering our tenants before we actually approve them for occupancy.
And just want to state a couple things. This project is not in line with our current principle. However, it is in line with the need for the affordable housing in the city. My nephew, who's a firefighter, he's almost, I think he's over 30 years old. He cannot move out of his parents' house because he can't afford it. And it's unfortunate that the housing market prices are out of control. So I commend that what you're doing, and the testimonies worked. They always do. The one thing also I want to say that how about low income or non-for-profit organization as an idea? Would you be able to, will you be open to consider leasing your offices if there are offices in that regard for that specific target group, non-for-profits? And I'm asking specifically, our Northport Art Center will be homeless soon. So do you guys consider non-for-profits? I've come in contact to many non-for-profit organizations that cannot afford any office in this area.
That's a great idea. And
and
again,
maybe
we
it's a
want to
good-
work with you guys on that. We have not selected a tenant for the commercial space at this point. We had heard in previous meetings that there is a sort of a daycare desert out there, and that we had been talking to the Salvation Army, also nonprofit, about a daycare facility. We've been talking to Bezos Academy, which is it's a more of a preschool than a daycare, I'd say, but in line with the community. At this point, we are certainly open. We have 8,000 square feet. We have the ability to bifurcate the space, and we'd certainly be interested and open to working and helping local organizations who may be looking for a new home, may need to upgrade their facilities. I think that's all well within our capacity, and actually it fits with our community and with our mission. One of the things about the commercial space, to Commissioner Langdon's point, that just kind of occurred to me now is one of the reasons financially it's so hard to add more, we're unable to underwrite the revenue coming from the commercial in our financing. So I can't borrow against the commercial revenue because my lender is a 15-year term. And unless I have a lease in place for a minimum of 15 years, which is unusual, usually it's a 5 to 10-year lease term, then they don't give me the credit to borrow against it, because if I'm borrowing that against that revenue and that tenant vacates, then I'm going to have an issue paying my mortgage. So it's really tough to add a lot more commercial space beyond the tax code requirement, because I'm generally not able to leverage the revenue from that commercial space. So at this point, we're looking for the right tenants. It's not about optimizing our cash flow at the end of the day. So we'd be happy to work with you or anybody you can refer us to.
As you petitioned us, we specifically, personally, I petitioned you to consider non-for-profits locally that are based in the city of Northport, because they cannot afford any rent, and maybe this will not be in your violation of 20% of revenue that comes from non-residential units, because non-for-profits pay much less in rent. And I petition you to consider non-for-profits locally, and I'm in favor of this project.
Thank you. We'll have someone from my team reach out to your office, and we'd love some referrals, and that goes for anybody. I think we have most of your contact information, so we'll follow up, and we would love any local referrals on potential tenants.
It's just the one listing. Almost weekly, I'm approached by non-for-profits asking, does the city have anything for us at a lower cost? Does the city have any buildings? So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Will do.
All right. We're ready for closing arguments. Staff, 5 minutes.
Lori Barnes, Assistant Director, Development Services. I have been sworn. In closing, as stated in the presentation, staff is recommending denial of the EcoCit Arbor Park Phase 2 development. I have communicated this to prior commissions and with 2 new commissioners. I'll just reiterate that staff's role is to review our development applications for compliance with our comprehensive plan and our land development regulations. Staff is not allowed to form an opinion on a project or provide a recommendation based on whether we like it. That is not our role. Our role is to provide you with our professional opinion as to whether, as planners and as certified planners, most of our planners are certified, as to whether this development proposal is compliant with the spirit and intent of the comprehensive plan, goals, objectives, and policies, and the Unified Land Development Code. Staff has done that, and the commission's role is to determine if, based on the staff report, the testimony provided by staff and the applicant, and the competent substantial evidence shows that this development, in your opinion, is consistent with the intent and spirit of those comprehensive plan policies and the Unified Land Development Code. One last thing I would like to state regarding a comment by Mr. Boone about the activity centers being viewed on a macro level versus a micro level. Section 53-102 of the Unified Land Development Code speaks to the Planned Community Development Zoning District, and it talks about providing an area for coordinated development of industrial, commercial service, residential, and government uses within a park-like setting. However, it also goes on to state that the PC district provides for a variety of uses where project components and land use relationships are physically and functionally integrated. The use of the word project there speaks to these regulations being applied on a project-by-project basis versus on a macro level for each activity center. So I just wanted to provide that information for your consideration as you make your deliberations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Applicant.
Commissioners, thank you very much for your time and listening to everybody here and asking some really good questions to get to the point of making a decision. I want to commend Lori. I'll tell you, as close as we've been to her here, she's really sick and she's doing a great job. And whoever made the point about it's her, one of her and 4 or 5 of us, I'd take Lori anytime, one against 4 or 5. And we do recognize staff's just doing their job here. Just a few points, and before I get into them, Commissioner Langdon, I'll say this: if you would like to at least my opinion of how Northport got to the situation it is now, I'd be happy to spend time with you. I remember in the mid-'70s when the Venice High School football team, and we'd come back on our bus headed back to Venice High School from playing down south on two-lane US 41, would stop at Biscayne. We had one guy on the team that lived in the Northport, and he just got his stuff and disappeared into the night, walking home wherever his home was. So I remember Northport, that far back.
I know you
do. But what we have here for you tonight, commissioners, is a choice. Affordable housing, real affordable housing, 50-year commitment. Think how many kids in over 50 years can live in these apartments where their families can afford it, go to elementary school, go to middle school, go to high school in Northport, and hopefully go to college or even just go straight into the workforce here locally. If they go to college, come back and work here. Think of the opportunity that provides. But you do have the other issue that you spent a lot of time tonight talking about, which is the commercial. So it's a balancing act. I would suggest to you that this would be a much tougher choice, in my view, if this was the last 4 acres left in Activity Center 5 that hadn't been developed. There is 17.8 million square feet of undeveloped land in Activity Center 5. And I think that has to be part of your decision when you're balancing the affordable housing versus the commercial. this issue of how do you look at how you mix the uses. Well, remember, we're mixing the uses here on this site. It's just the question is how much is what we're proposing enough? I won't go into the 20% and the IRS rules, but that is one of the key factors here. I will say this though. So some of you all have heard this before. I don't really like to say this about myself, but I've been practicing land use law for over 40 years. I have the highest rating that a lawyer can have in the state of Florida. In my practice area, I've been qualified as an expert to give opinion testimony in courts in Florida. I've taught classes at the University of Florida Law School on land use law. My experience, my opinion in these 40 years has been that you look at mixed use areas on an area-wide basis because that's how development occurs. Just one example, downtown Welland Park. If you looked at it as parcel by parcel, then the Banyan House, one of my favorite restaurants in this whole part of Florida, that couldn't exist like that. It would have to have some sort of residential on top of it. That's not how you look at mixing uses. You look at mixed uses in an area. But again, we're proposing mixed use here. It's just a question of how much is enough. Commissioners, we have provided an adequate amount, more than adequate amount of competent, substantial evidence to show that the application before you is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. It's consistent with the city's Unified Land Development Code, and we would respectfully request your vote of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have arrived. Time to close public hearing, and I am requesting a motion.
I'll make it, Mayor.
Thank you.
Motion to approve with conditions and applicant requested waiver. I move to approve petition number DMA-24-093 with condition numbers 2 through 8 as identified in section 4 of the staff report, and waiver 1 as requested by the applicant to provide 1 lane of travel with parking on both sides in front of building 1 between the building and West Price Boulevard in an effort to save a heritage tree and allow additional parking in front of building 1. And find that based on competent, substantial evidence, the development master plan and the modifications comply and are consistent with the intent of the Unified Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan, and do not adversely affect the public interest.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion made by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Duval. Motion is to approve with conditions and applicant requested waiver. Approve petition number DMA 24093 with condition numbers 2 through 8 as identified in section 4, the staff report, and waiver 1 as requested by the applicant to provide 1 lane of travel with parking on both sides in front of building 1 between the building and West Price Boulevard in an effort to save a heritage tree and allow additional parking in front of building 1. And find that based on competent, substantial evidence, development master plan and the modifications comply or consistent with the intent of the Unified Land Development Code, the comprehensive plan, and do not adversely affect public interest. At this point, there's nothing else to that. I think it's time to vote. And that passes 4-1. Commissioner Langman, reason stated.
Yeah, reason stated. I do want to say it hurts my heart to say no, but it is just so clear to me what this city needs to do for its future financial viability that I just couldn't in good faith approve it without some movement on your part to expand the commercial footprint.
Thank you, ma'am. At this point, we've been at it for 2.5 hours roughly. Let's take a 10-minute break. Back here at
Flashlight, batteries, a radio
Promise?
that is
Promise?
battery powered, and
Promise.
extra batteries.
All right.
Should all power go out, we will be able to broadcast on 97.5 FM, any emergency information. So be sure to have your battery powered radio ready and tuned in to 97.5.
believe that the Natural Resources Department will be an integral part for the city's growth, as we want to achieve a more balanced approach of development in the future.
What we really want to do is see sensible development, sustainable development, and development that is in line with what we already have here. So we want to preserve as much as we can of the natural resources, so there is still place for our natural species, our migrating birds, and all the other species that live and survive in our habitat.
Natural systems are a big part of the ways ecosystems function, an important part for our community, our listed species. They stabilize the soil, they provide so many different benefits, including shade, limiting the heat island effect within our city, providing habitat, providing shelter for these species, and just also for our aesthetic enjoyment.
Well, as an arborist, a lot of what I do is making sure that development conforms to the tree protection code. So one thing we already have in place since April of 2022 is a tree protection code, which is quite robust in the city of Northport, that was adopted by Commission and the city through also a lot of community involvement. And so we're very happy to have that tree protection code. So a lot of what I do is making sure that development, either residential or commercial, conforms to that code.
We are such a passionate team. We come from varied backgrounds. I think between us we have over 100 years of experience, and we are every day raring to go, and we know our work is cut out here, and we're happy to take the challenge.
Through the division and community involvement and leadership in the city, we really hope to make great strides in protecting what we have here and finding that balance with development and environmental stewardship.
I am excited to be a part of this team, and I'm really seeking and looking forward to the opportunities for us to be able to make a difference.
I started with Charlotte County Utilities as a meter reader in 2004. So that's kind of where I got my foot in the door. Then once I reached a point in my life where things were more stable, I decided to leave Charlotte County Utilities, and I went and got my insurance license. It was very exciting doing that for a short period of time. But after a while, I started thinking about the utility. It was in my heart. At this point, I had almost 12, just 2 months shy of 12 years in. And so I realized during that time, my heart was in utilities. And so I started looking around again. I seen an opening here to be a C&D tech. So I applied and I got in. Typically I get here at 7 in the morning. I get my list of, if I can get to this is what I need to do. And I get in my truck. If I need any supplies, parts, tools based off of the work I was given that morning, I'll pick that up here at our shop. And then I head out, and my goal for the day is just to get as much work as that was assigned to me done as possible. And sometimes that happens, and other times there's a lot of first response calls that come in. My favorite part is the uniqueness. It's not knowing what I'm going to be faced with every day. It could be different. It's not mundane in any way. And it's exciting when you get a call and you're on your way and you don't know what it is, and you have the experience and the know-how and the backing to face whatever it's going to be. So I feel very confident in facing these calls, and I think that's my favorite part.
Hello, my name is Devon Poulos. I'm the Aquatics Facilities Manager with the City of Northport, and today we're going to be talking with you guys about our free swim evaluation. It's important that we do these swim evaluations so as kids are registering for swim programs, they get placed in the right class. What we're looking at when we're doing the swim evaluation is every swim level has what's called exit skill assessments. So what we do is we have your child get in the water and we'll go through a series of different movements. Can you go under the water? Can you show us your front crawl? Can you show us back crawl? Can you show us elementary backstroke? Different strokes strokes within there. And what we're doing is we're trying to see where your child tests to before it becomes a challenge for them at that point. Once we assess that, then we'll let you know, and you can go ahead and sign your child up for that appropriate level there. It's important that we have these so that way when we're teaching a level 1, we don't have kids that should be potentially in a level 2 and a level 1 class because they're not learning the appropriate skills that they need at that point in time. Right now, when we're in full summer operations, we ask that people come between 8 and 10 to do the swim evaluations, just as you can hear the water splashing in the background, slides and everything like that. But any day of the week that we're open, you can come in at any point in time and ask for a swim evaluation. We always have a certified swim instructor on site that can have your child take a swim assessment.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager. I am here today with Mario Venditti. Mario, tell people here how long you've been doing this job.
I've been here 5 years.
5 years, excellent, excellent.
Yep.
So, Mario, tell people what it entails, what you do.
I'm a planner scheduler for solid waste at the city. And I go around and I greet the new residents and I educate them on the recycle.
Excellent, sounds interesting, very good.
Yep.
So, Mario, what do you find inside the recycling bins that shouldn't be there? So let's try to tell the people how to recycle right.
Well, the most common thing I find, Frank, is plastic bags.
Okay.
So the plastic bags are not recyclable. I find them just tossed in the container or they bag the recycle with them.
Right.
And they shouldn't.
This is inside the blue lid container.
That's
correct?
right, inside the blue lid containers.
Correct.
And they should be either taken back to the grocery store or tossed in the trash.
Very good. Do you see a lot of recycling inside the containers?
I do,
bags?
yes.
Oh,
I come across a lot of that.
okay, we don't want to do that, so. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can always look at our website, www.northportflorida.gov/solid waste.
I'm Stacy Alosio. I am the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Northport, and I'm going to be talking about having an evacuation plan. It's important to have an evacuation plan ahead of time, and it's very important to write it down because that way you can have it somewhere present where everybody in your family can see it and keep it fresh in their minds. And you want to also share it with people in your family or your neighbors so that they know what your plans are ahead of time and how to get a hold of you or where to look for you after a disaster. For your evacuation plans, you should have multiple routes to get to the location you're planning to go to, just because traffic-wise, traffic on 75 might be gridlocked. There could be some very good back roads to get to where you're going. That could get you there more quickly without being stuck in traffic. When you're making an evacuation plan, we usually tell you 4 different things. You should stay home if you are not in a zone that's being evacuated, and if your home is built to withstand the forecasted storm. If you can't stay home and you evacuate, your next option should be to go to a friend or family's home that is outside of the evacuation area and is structurally sound to withstand the storm. Third option would be go to a hotel. They're much more comfortable than our evacuation centers. Fourth option would be to go to one of our evacuation centers.
Call this meeting
Sarasota
back
County
to
has
order.
12 evacuation centers. Those
All right. Next up, ordinance first reading. Ordinance number 2025-03. Need a motion to direct city clerk to read by title only.
So moved.
I need a second. All right.
At least
City
we have a
clerk.
quorum.
Yep, we have a quorum so far. City clerk, want to read this by ordinance? Oh, good point. Let us vote. And that passes 4-0. City clerk, you're up.
Ordinance number 2025-03, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, calling for a referendum question to be placed before the qualified voters of the City of Northport, Florida at a special election, providing a referendum question determining whether to finance a portion of the new police department headquarters project through the issuance by the city of general obligation bonds payable from the proceeds of ad valorem taxes levied on all taxable property within the city in amounts sufficient to pay debt service on such bonds, providing for findings, providing for filing of the ordinance with the Sarasota County Supervisor of Elections, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Commission provided consensus on January 6, 2025 to direct the city manager to move forward with seeking voter approval to allow borrowing for the Northport Police Department headquarters in the amount up to $115 million. During a regular commission meeting on January 14, 2025, the City Commission passed the following motion to direct staff to bring back ordinances establishing referendum questions related to borrowing authority for infrastructure projects and the Northport Police Headquarters for first reading on January 28, 2025. Ordinance number 2025-03 provides the attached proposed referendum question for the May 13, 2025 special election. We ask that you continue ordinance number 2025-03 to second reading on February 11, 2025. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner, questions and discussion? Yes, Commissioner Petro.
Yes, Mayor. I want to state that I support our police force and the work keeping our community safe. I acknowledge the exceptional leadership of our police chief Garrison and Deputy Chief Morales. First, I'm in support of the new centralized police station. And they need it, we owe it to them. We have to do it not just as a borrowing, but as an investment. But secondly, I struggle with the number, and I suspect that it might not pass. In the previous discussions, I stated my concern and asked what can we do to change that number, to make that number lower. Being a new commissioner and public servant, being accountable to my constituents, I feel that I need to do more homework. And I requested a meeting with a project manager and the consultants. So I want to learn more about this project. And if the number is not changed, and if it fails, I'm on a record that I publicly stated that I'm concerned about this number. So in addition, it's not up to me to decide about the funding of the project. It will be decided by the voters. And I do not want, nor I can, withhold the process of following our city charter and ask the public to vote and we have to ask the public to vote and to fund whatever number we presented to them. Just want to state that publicly, and I'm doing what I can to learn the process, to lower that number down.
Thank you, Commissioner Langland.
I promised I wouldn't speak again, but I do feel compelled. This commission, by majority rule, approved this project and the amount. In my mind, that ship has sailed. And there is no doubt in my mind that a new police headquarters was needed years ago. So that's really all I have to say about it. I'm supporting this first reading.
Thank you. Typically, I don't wordsmith anything, but I do have concerns with a piece of the language in this referendum item. Is there a way to bring it up on the screen? The ordinance would be fine, actually, because it's got the language in there.
Did you ask for the ordinance to be put on the screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Do we have that? Other than the piece of paper? Oh,
I have this, or I can bring it up in a second kind of meeting.
right, 'cause, I mean, we didn't have it loaded to put.
We did not have it
up
loaded.
Right. But that would be better than the overhead.
All right. If you can scroll down.
You have a line number
A
that you
little
would like
more.
me to look for?
No, keep going. I'll find it. Hang on. Okay, keep going. Okay, whoops. Yeah. All right. In my briefings, I mean, I'm fine with this except for one word where it says to finance a portion of the new police headquarters. When I read it, it immediately made me wonder if police headquarters might actually be more than 115 million. And I will tell you, as long as I sit on this dais, this police headquarters will not cost one penny more than 115 if it gets approved in the first place. So I did reach out into legal, you know, I don't see any reason, you know, it's in there. Typically, in the event, there's some, you know, I mean, the original price was 122. We already spent the difference between 115 and 122. The price of the building's 115. If you read the language, the ballot language for the infrastructure projects, there's no mention of a portion. It is just the price. And we're trying to do everything we can to get our citizens to, you know, increase their property taxes to pay for this building. And I don't think it's an unreasonable ask when it comes down to protecting the safety of our citizens and our businesses. It is between $10 and $20 a month. If citizens feel this is a righteous ask, they're going to vote yes for it. But to put a word like portion in there does nothing but distract from the intent of this ballot question. And unless someone can come up with a good reason why it should be there, I would love to see it removed. And I'm curious to see what my fellow commissioners say. And again, I'm not typically wordsmith in anything except that just jumped out at me and created enormous discomfort for me. So, Commissioner Langdon?
I have no objection to the change.
Vice Mayor?
I'm just reading down a little bit further. It does state that it does not exceed 115,000 or $115 million. My question would be, was a portion would be if we had other avenues of monies coming in, then we would not borrow the total 115. We would borrow the 110. So I see the flexibility of having the number of portion. I don't see it exceeding it because it already states authorized to issue bonds in one or more series of total aggregate principal amount not to exceed 115 million. That's where I see the logic in that. So, I mean, that'll have to go to the legal department over there to.
We have to borrow $115 million. How we pay it back is flexible. So if we get grant monies, we get other things, we sell assets, whatever it might be, we can pay that number down. But I'm sorry, I jumped. Commissioner Langdon again. Or have you already?
Oh,
Okay.
I'm good.
Could you clean that board, Commissioner Duval?
Yes. Mayor Stokes, I agree with you. That wording, you know, when I read that, I had the understanding that, you know, the cost is actually 120, 122 when you add in, you know, the design cost and things. I understand that. I don't know if the public will understand that because they haven't had all the discussions that we've had. Yes, you could look at that in two different ways, and that's just not fair. I would also like to see that wording changed.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Petra.
A couple things. I want to say that this police station proposal to fund the police station is an investment, and it will last through 2055, if I'm not mistaken. This will serve literally generations. So I'm in support of that. I understand, and I'm trying to get more facts about the design, but I wanted to state to the public that this is not per square foot. There's a multiple components in that number. So initially, when I looked at the number, when I was on the campaign trail, I thought the number is for the square foot. And being in the construction industry, although I've not done many commercial projects, the number jumped out to me, which was $1,500 a square foot, which is way too much. But we have to be very transparent to let the public know that this is not one building. There are multiple phases, multiple components, I should say, in this project. So when people hear this number, they think it's just a building, but it's more than just a building. So just want to state that publicly.
Thank you. I have a question first. Acting City Attorney, you've run this by bond counsel. Does anybody have a problem with deleting that word?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In working with bond counsel to get this ordinance drafted, the information we were working with was trying to make it as accurate as possible. Now, that word portion is not legally required. It can be removed if it's what the attempt was to make it as accurate as possible. So if there's confirmation that that is not a portion, that it is the total amount, the will of the board is to remove it. It can be removed. The question I have would be that it does appear in the block as well, which would have to be removed if there's enough time to get that re-advertised properly. The clerk.
So you're saying it does have to be re-advertised?
This wasn't advertised yet in the
Okay.
newspaper, so let me
would
look
not
at
be
the
an issue
calendar
then.
and I'll let you know.
That's my concern, that word also appears in the notice.
We would need the new title by tomorrow noon, so we can have it to the paper to be posted on Friday.
So if it is accurate, that is not, that the number is not a portion of, that it is the total cost, that is what we're trying to get is accuracy in that statement. So if that is accurate, then that is fine to remove.
I would say it's accurate. I mean, 115 is 115. It's not 120. It's not 150. It's not 200. It's 115. As far as I'm concerned. So anyway, there are no other questions here. I'm looking for a motion. Somebody wants to try to make it.
We have public
Oh,
comment.
I'm sorry, public comment. I'm sorry.
Yes, Robin San Vicente, followed by Josh Smith and Debbie McDowell.
Good
evening again. I just want to say for the record that I am in support of the referendum. But I do have a couple of questions as far as the funding that was on the slide presentation. And if I'm looking at the slide presentation as far as project financing, I'm looking at the 25 million from Surtax 5. And I'm hearing a lot of problems with this from the community, and also I've got a lot of questions as far as what exactly are those particular projects. And the voters had voted on specific Surtax 5 projects. So how do you just take that away without us knowing what these projects are? I think it would behoove you to let us know exactly what projects you're gonna start moving around to try and find the money to get to this 25 million. Otherwise, the way it is now, without us knowing, you're gonna have a lot of problems, even though we support the police station, but this is gonna be a thorn. So we really need to know what these projects are. We need to have them identified with the amounts so we can look at it, because we voted again on some of these projects. So that would be my only comment on that. Thank you.
Josh Smith, Northport Citizen. Commissioner Petro, I'd really like to thank you for sticking with a campaign promise you made, and that was to protect every penny spent. I just watched a commissioner spend a lot of time finding a way to make sure that there was commercial to help the financial side of this city. And then a $115 million police station. I believe this commission said it is what it is several times in the last meeting we had about this. So we can fight and fight and fight to make sure that we stick commercial everywhere. And we can make sure that we're doing these things. But the difference between the 80 that was discussed and 115, just it is what it is. I understand it's only $10 to $20. I understand that on certain houses are locked in and the price isn't that much and all of this. But you're going to ask the citizens for this. And then it's 115 guaranteed, according to Mr. Stokes, plus 10 to 20% construction allowances. I think everybody forgets that. That's what's causing our Price Boulevard problem. So does that mean if it goes over, the police don't get it? I mean, it's 115 no matter what to the penny. That's what I'm hearing. You know, this is the problem when we put absolutes out there, is all of a sudden it drags on and it carries on. And, you know, I mean, I just hope that someday you guys fight for not spending our money the same as you fight for commercial and the same as you fight for a lot of the other things you fight for. Luckily, I have it. I hope the police station gets built. I hope they get what they want. I can afford it. But every single ask like this that turns into it is what it is, turns into the state that I fled. I fled a state that taxed and taxed and taxed to a state that taxed more. I had a regional income tax in one state I lived in. I fled that to move here. The second you just continue to think that growth will pay for growth, and the second you continue to just allow projects to go to their full price, all of a sudden, I'm probably the last one who can afford to live here. I hope so. I'll buy up more lots and hide. I mean, I'm being honest with you guys. We got to start watching this money. We're in a bad spot. That's all I keep hearing is this financial train is running through the tunnel we're in. But $115 million is what it is. I really hope you guys start looking at financing in a different way. Thank you.
Again, Debbie McDowell, resident. Hold on to your seat. Everyone, hold on to your seat. I am in full support of this Northport Police Department's headquarters. Granted, I wish it didn't cost this damn much money. And I'm very disappointed that we didn't put this to the voter referendum in November of 24. We have lost so much momentum during that time frame. And now I'm seeing a lot of people that think they've already voted for this PD headquarters. And they're already saying no because we voted for it once and we're not listening. You guys aren't listening to the voters. That's not true. This project has never been voted on yet. Previous commission didn't plan for growth when they built that police headquarters. And that was 15 years ago. They did it on a shoestring budget and we're paying the price today. And I am so glad that we are seeing the error of their ways and learned from it. And we're not repeating their mistake. I do have to ask, why are we going to bond and ask the voters for their ad valorem taxes of $115 million? Why has no consideration been given to include in this resolution and include in this referendum a percentage of use of impact fees that are collected for law enforcement. You can designate law enforcement impact fees 10%, 15%, a percentage. That way then it's showing these voters that growth is paying for growth. That's what impact fees are used for. Maybe that can be included for second reading, but that's for something you guys to consider. I don't like special elections, especially on something like this. It sounds sneaky. But I also recognize that if we wait until November of '24, the cost of this project is going to exponentially escalate. I hope this passes, but I see it as a very long road. That's all I've got. But wait, one more thing, real quick. Please do me a big favor. I've listened to your meetings in the past in your workshops, and I have heard almost from every single one of you, it's only $10 extra a month. It's only $15 extra a month. It's only $20 extra a month. Please, that statement lacks empathy. It lacks compassion. And it definitely lacks an understanding of what our citizens are going through on a daily basis. $10 here, $10 there, $10 everywhere. It adds up really quick. People are hurting, and if you don't believe me, go see how long that line is every Friday morning when they're going to get free food. This increase, regardless of the amount, removes disposable income from families and citizens and puts a huge dent in their monthly budget. Ooh, right on top.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all? Okay. Before I close this public hearing and request a motion, I just want to point out for everybody, there will be 3, I believe, public town halls with our commission sitting in front of our citizens and be able to address so many of the questions people have regarding this police headquarters and the other 3 referendum items. You know, there is a lot of information that people need in order to make informed decisions, and we want them to have that. So, you know, I don't want to address necessarily some of the public comments, but rather I would appeal to citizens to show up at those. When the November referendum was turned down for borrowing, while granted this police headquarters was not included in that referendum, citizens spoke and said, we want to play a part in the decision-making on how you spend our dollars. This is the opportunity for the citizens to do this. Off-year elections are not the greatest. However, we can't wait 2 years for this. It will cost exponentially a fortune. So I would appeal to all our citizens out there, show up, ask your questions, find an understanding. It does not exist on Facebook. Come and ask the people who have the answers to these questions. You may not agree with the answers, but come ask anything and everything you want of us, and then make the best decision you can, because you have the right to decide whether you're going to spend your dollars on this project. With that, I'm going to close public hearing and request a motion.
I'll make it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I move to continue ordinance number 2025-03 to second reading on February 11th, 2025.
What about the language change?
Oh, thank you. Including the removal of the words "a portion of" from the referendum language.
I'll second that.
All right. I have a motion to continue ordinance 2025-03 to second reading on February 11th, 2025, excluding the words "a portion of." Was made by Commissioner Langdon, seconded by Commissioner Duval. If there's nothing else to that, let us vote. That passed 4-1 with Commissioner Emmerich
I just didn't think it needed to be changed.
There. Moving on. C, ordinance number 2025-04. I need a motion to direct city clerk to read by title only.
So moved.
All right, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. City clerk, please read by title only.
Ordinance number 2025-04, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, calling for a referendum question to be placed before the qualified voters of the City of Northport, Florida at a special election, providing a referendum question determining whether to finance a new solid waste transfer station through the issuance by the city of bonds payable from the revenues of the city's solid waste district, providing for findings, providing for filing of the ordinance with the Sarasota County Supervisor of Elections, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Ma'am, city manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During the regular commission meeting on December 10th, 2024, the city commission unanimously passed the following motion to direct staff to include referendum questions related to the borrowing authority for designated infrastructure projects and borrowing authority for construction of a new Northport Police Headquarters on a date to be determined. This referendum question is scheduled to appear on the May 13th, 2025 special election. Presentation included the solid waste transfer station, showing a funding gap of $12.5 million. Borrowing up to the requested amount of $14 million allows the city to include the anticipated cost for debt issuance within the request. We ask that you continue ordinance number 2025-4 to second reading on February 11, 2025.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner, questions and discussion? Commissioner DeVal.
I don't like spending taxpayers' money unless there's a need. And when it comes down to something like this that will pay for itself, it's at the top of my list. Years ago, all of the school buses that transport our children came to Northport from Sarasota every day, transported the children, and then went back to Sarasota. Now, they're parked in Northport off of Toledo Blade. And the reason for that was it made sense, and this makes sense. We don't need to have all of our solid waste trucks picking up all of our garbage and driving to Sarasota every day when they can be transferred to tractor trailers, things can be compacted. This will pay for itself. So I have to say I'm in support of it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Petro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to be very transparent and for public to know what this is about. What is this new solid waste transfer station? I'm in for this project, but I would like a short snap of this project. What does that entails, if we can get it so public would know exactly what that is, because we are putting this in front of them to vote.
Okay. I see Director Speaks heading our way.
Good evening, Commissioner. Chuck Speak, Public Works Director. So the idea of a transfer station, and as one of the other commissioners already mentioned, was to keep our trucks within the city of Northport. So as our trash trucks go out, they pick up debris or the trash. They become full. They have to make a trip to the landfill. Every trip to the landfill is 2 to 3 hours. So daily, we make somewhere around 30 trips to the landfill. Putting the transfer station within town does a few things for us. It reduces the wear and tear on our vehicles. It reduces the amount of time we spend not collecting trash. It also will reduce the overall cost and related to that, the overtime for our employees when that trip to the landfill can be difficult at times. And there are times where we get up there and what is normally a 2 to 3 hour trip is much longer. So the idea is to build this transfer station. You would have five transfer tractor trailers that would load this material from the trucks. They would just dump in town at the transfer station. It would be loaded, either compacted or not, depends on the type of station that we build, when we do build that station. And then it will be hauled out to a different landfill for disposal. The other thing that gives us is the opportunity to go to a landfill that's not Sarasota County's landfill and lets us shop around for better tipping fees. It is really an efficiency. At the rate the city is growing right now, we should be putting on 2 drivers and 2 trucks every year. We should have a new driver and truck for every 800 residents. We're averaging about 1,700 a year. So the cost in that alone is well over $1 million a year increase to our solid waste district.
Appreciate that, Director.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
I mean, in the dollar amount, how much would we be saving on an annual basis with this new transfer station?
So
approximately, it doesn't have to be exact.
that total is, again, you're going to be spending about $1 million a year for just to keep up with the growth that we have in the city. The transfer station would initially, our intent is to move those people from the efficiency we get on the routes, move those people over to operate the transfer station. So it wouldn't be a whole group of net new employees, very few as we build that efficiency in. So the cost savings is going to be pretty substantial, not only the $1 million plus a year for equipment and staff, but the savings in your tipping fees and your hours spent on the road. I don't have that number for you, sir. I apologize for that. But without the tipping, without the transfer station, you're going up $1 million a year over the next years until the growth of the city stops.
Thank you.
And it bears stating that while the referendum question is for the permission to borrow the money to do this, it will be paid for not through any property tax increase, but rather from existing district fees. So am I correct? Revenue, I'm sorry.
It will be from either savings or from our normal increases to our methodology.
Exactly.
So
it won't involve any property tax increase.
Correct. And
But we can't borrow the money, we can't pay for it at one time because we can't borrow money. That's why we're asking permission for it. So it's very different. Both these infrastructure projects are very different than the police headquarters, which necessitates a revenue increase from the property.
Correct. And any increase that would be needed through the methodology to cover this transfer station would be far less than the other option is us to pay up front. We had our consultant look at that. If we still wanted to build this thing in 3 years, you would be looking at a $60 increase next year and a $70 increase in 27 to get us to where we could actually build a transfer station that following year. So to not be able to borrow really puts a stressor on the solid waste district.
And, I'll take the liberty of saying, there have been questions as to why a couple of asks here aren't for water structures as opposed to this project. And this is one of the very big reasons. We've availed ourselves to SRQ money for a couple of water structures, and there is some budgeted funds for some of those as well. You try to get the biggest bang for your buck as to where we spend our money. This project makes so much sense in so many ways that, without having to look at the whole CIP list of projects, this one just jumps out as one of the most sensible things to do. That's why it was offered up. So, not that we aren't going to do that, but, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Where are we? Public comments.
Ken Vicente, Debbie McDowell, and Josh Smith.
Am I not surprised?
I appreciate your comment, Mayor Stokes, regarding people attending for educational purposes to understand the referendums. However, not everybody can attend. So there needs to be printed material or on your websites for people to look at their convenience when they can do it. I mean, not everybody can attend these public meetings and these informational meetings that you have. It just doesn't work for them, especially the majority of the demographics in this neighborhood. It just doesn't work. I'm in favor of necessary infrastructure improvements, and I know we do need a transfer station. However, again, I'm having a problem with the monies because you're asking for up to 14 million, yet I'm looking at the presentation slide again, and it says the estimated cost is 15 million, funding available 2.5, funding gap is 12.5. Then I go to the CIP sheets, and I'm looking at the CIP sheets, and it's only at a little over 9 million. So I'm not understanding, again, and this is the problem you're gonna have. We have to understand the money if you want our vote. We know we need what we need, but if it doesn't make sense and you can't explain it to us financially for it to make sense, you're gonna get a no vote because we don't understand. So what's the difference in the monies? If the CIP sheets are looking at 9 million and you say it's 15 million with a funding gap of 12.5, I don't see it. So that needs to be explained. I just don't see it. Whether I agree with the time is right for this now, it's not going to matter if you can't explain the monies. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Debbie McDowell, and I promise this is my last public comment for tonight. Welcome to your first Tuesday evening meeting with a agenda that's a mile long. I've always supported this transfer station, this trash transfer station. It's been over 7 years that we've been talking about it. Frankie and his staff proved how these transfer stations do save the taxpayers money. They proved that they save city resources, and they have proven that it keeps the tax assessments low. I am, however, disappointed that this is one of the referendum questions. In my opinion, this is a very premature ask, and here's why. The commission has had 2 discussions on this project, this trash transfer station project, 2. One of them was in November of 2021. There was only 1 commissioner sitting up here at that time, 2 commissioners sitting up there at that time. Then the second one was in December of 2022. All right. The other thing is the city still needs to purchase 1 property, and it's right smack dab in the middle of that block. There is a contract for a geosyntech that was awarded for designing the project. Don't know when that happened because I don't remember the commission ever approving a contract for this because I've been watching this project. I'll keep doing my research on it. But that is for the design. It's not even done yet. Since there's no completed design, how can anyone be so sure that $14 million is going to be enough when this goes out to bid or goes for construction in a few years? Hello, Price Boulevard, first public comment I made today. The backup materials do not mention 1 iota of how much this is going to cost the taxpayers every year. Nothing. It does say that the wording in the referendum says solid waste revenues, but the CIP sheet says surtax. Now, I understand the mayor when he said that, hey, come to the town halls, we'll explain everything there. But the referendum language is the referendum language. And it says, the referendum language says that they will be using solid waste revenues. There's no mention of surtax. So what's the percentage of surtax that's going to be used? What's the percentage of solid waste impact fees that are going to be used? And what is the percentage of the assessment? And how much is that assessment, which, by the way, is a tax because it's on your tax bill, but it is a non-ad valorem tax, which is done at the assessments. You honestly expect the voters to approve this without giving them all of the pieces to this puzzle?
Thank you.
Josh Smith, citizen. I'm going to speak first as the former fleet maintenance manager of Waste Pro, Fort Myers. We fought a god-awful battle with the city of Cape Coral over a transfer station. It blew up. It was all over the news. It was a nightmare. I spent right around 36% of my maintenance budget paying for trucks to drive to a landfill and back. This project will pay for itself. As a current owner of a fleet maintenance company, I thank some of the companies out there that continue to send their trucks out. We make a ton of money maintaining them. Good for them. My problem is, if we keep doing this thing where we put the cart before the horse, we're going to have to change that seal to, you know, if anybody remembers the Oregon Trail, just run that little image backwards. How on earth are you going to ask me to borrow the money to build a transfer station when we don't have the transfer station built? There's no, you know, you haven't released a plan. There's no, here's the project. There's no, this is exactly what it's going to cost. I mean, come on, guys. I've been banging the table up here asking you to help me help you. And for some reason, we've just put it in reverse harder. I mean, let's take a minute. Let's get these projects lined up. Let's make sure that everything's in order. That way we don't have a Price Boulevard again. Can you imagine in 3 years if something happens with the funding for this project or it ends up costing 23 and you're still getting laughed at about the next thing? Please stop and think it through. What happens when the next major hurricane hits and we're still playing the game with this transfer station because something gets paused and it floods again? I know you guys have hard decisions to make, but please, let's get the horse in front of the cart and let's get it actually pulling in the right direction. This transfer station needs to happen, but somehow I feel like we're going to fumble the ball on this. We need to start picking the ball up and running. Thank you.
Thank you. I am looking for a motion.
I'll make it, Mayor. I move to continue ordinance number 2025-04 to second reading on February 11th, 2025.
I have a motion made by Commissioner Langdon to continue ordinance 2025-04 to second reading on February 11th, 25, seconded by Vice Mayor. There's nothing else to that. Let us vote. That passes 5-0. Moving on, ordinance second reading. Am I right? Nope, I'm not. Where are we? There we go. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I need a motion to direct city clerk to read by title only.
So moved. Second. Jump ball.
Let's vote. That passes 5-0. City clerk, please read the ordinance by title only.
Ordinance number 2025-05, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, calling for a referendum question to be placed before the qualified voters of the City of Northport, Florida at a special election, providing a referendum question determining whether to finance certain capital improvements to a wastewater treatment facility through the issuance by the city of bonds payable from the revenues of the city's water and sewer utility system, providing for findings, providing for filing of the ordinance with the Sarasota County Supervisor of Elections, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During the regular commission meeting on December 10th, 2024, the commission unanimously passed the following motion. Motion to direct staff to include referendum questions related to the borrowing authority for designated infrastructure projects and borrowing authority for construction of a new Northport Police Headquarters on a date to be determined. During commission workshop meeting on January 6, 2025, staff provided a presentation. The presentation included an effluent pumping station and pipeline project with a funding gap of $15 million. During a regular commission meeting on January 14, 2025, the City Commission passed the following motion to direct staff to bring back ordinances establishing referendum questions related to borrowing authority for infrastructure projects and the Northport Police Department headquarters for first reading on January 28, 2025. Allowing the borrowing of up to $17 million allows the city to include the anticipated cost of debt issuance within the request. Staff asks that you continue ordinance number 2025-05 to second reading on February 11, 2025. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner, questions and discussion? Mr. Petra.
Again, I would like to ask for a snap picture of this project and what it entails, and why are we asking the voters to approve this project? If we can have a small presentation.
Hello, Susan Bracefield, Assistant Utilities Director. This project includes installation of new effluent pumps at our existing wastewater treatment plant off of Northport Avenue, and a new effluent force main that will pump the effluent flow from the new pumps to our existing deep well. There is currently pumping capacity at the wastewater treatment plant that pumps to the deep well. However, during high flow events, we do not have capacity to pump all of the flow to the deep wells. In normal operating conditions, our flows do not exceed the existing pump capacity. However, recently we have seen some very high flow storm events which have exceeded the capacity of our pumps. Our normal effluent is disposed of through reclaimed water, which we sell for irrigation. However, during the wet weather flow, we do not have a high demand for irrigation water. And it is the only way that we can dispose of it is through this deep well by pumping it to the deep wells. So there is as the city grows, we also need that capacity for future growth.
Any quick question, any financial savings or projections of how much we would be saving by offsetting this borrowing amount?
So we have evaluated the project and various opportunities to change our types of pumps, our pipe sizes. We've evaluated several routes, and we've selected the most economical method of upgrading the pumps and locating the pipeline.
Commissioner Jason Yarborough, Deputy City Manager. One of the other issues is during one of the hurricane events, we took 300,000 gallons of treated reclaimed water and then went over the containment unit, which is a no-no from a regulatory perspective. We expect that we will probably receive some regulatory action as a result of that 300,000 gallons of treated reclaimed water spill. They call it a spill, but it's reclaimed water. It's the same reclaimed water we put on golf courses. So In order to prevent further regulatory actions that could result, this really needs to be addressed. Regulatory actions in the form of heavy fines. So if you want to see it from a savings from that perspective, you're going to save on some fine money from the Department of Environmental Protection.
Public comments.
This I know we definitely need. And actually looking at the presentation slide, the CIP sheets, everything matches perfect on this particular one. Not on the other one. We stand up here and it would be nice if we could just get some kind of an acknowledgement that yes, we hear you, or yes, we will consider that. Because we cannot attend the meetings all the time, and you're missing a whole bunch of citizens who can't attend meetings and who need this information and the questions that are being asked to you. We need the answers. So I can only stress to you that in order to get these referendums passed, it's a major educational situation. And the more materials that you can supply us with that could substantiate these referendums so we can get them passed, the better it's going to be. Or we're going to be back addressing the same situation again. So that's all I just need to say. I just have to stress for you to please get the information to us. It's not just us showing up at the educational meetings and seminars that you'll have. We need more. We need to have it in our hands. We need to see it on the website. Any way that you can get it to us other than us having to attend a meeting, which again, the majority of the demographics in our city cannot do it. Thank you.
Thank you. That I'll close this public hearing and request a motion.
I'll make it, Mayor. I move to continue ordinance number 2025-05 to second reading on February 11th, 2025.
Been a motion made by Commissioner Langdon to continue ordinance 2025-05 to second reading on February 11th, 2025, seconded by the Vice Mayor. There's nothing else to that. Let us vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to ordinance second reading, 2024-47. City Clerk, would you be kind enough to read this by title only?
Ordinance number 2024-47, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, Chapter 46, Article 2, Section 46-45, regarding exceptions to noise violations, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Commission heard the first reading of ordinance number 2024-47 at its regular meeting on December 10th, 2024, and continued the ordinance as presented, the second reading on today, January 28th, 2025. We recommend the second reading action today of approving ordinance number 2024-47 as presented. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner, questions and discussion? Seeing none. Public comment? Then I am closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
Move to adopt ordinance number 2024-47 as presented.
Second.
Vice Mayor's made a motion to adopt ordinance 2024-47 as presented, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Let us vote. Oops. Excuse me. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to ordinance 2024-48. City Clerk,
Ordinance number 2024-48, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, calling for a referendum question to be placed before the qualified electors of the City of Northport, Florida at the May 13, 2025 special election, providing a referendum question determining whether to amend the city charter to authorize the city commission to issue debt to respond to a declared emergency or disaster without prior voter approval, providing for a full text of the proposed charter amendment, providing findings, providing for an effective date for the new charter language if the proposed charter amendment is approved, providing for the filing of the ordinance with the Sarasota County Supervisor of Elections, providing for publication of the text of the proposed charter amendment, providing for filing with the Florida Department of State if the proposed charter amendment is approved, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During the City Commission regular meeting held on December 10th, 2024, the Commission continued ordinance number 2024-48 to second reading on a date to be determined, amending the special election date to May 13th, 2025. Ordinance number 2024-48 second reading reflects the change to a Northport special election on May 13th, 2025. Second reading action today, we ask that you adopt the ordinance number 2024-48 as presented, with amendments in response to commission direction from the commission regular meeting dated on December 10th, 2024. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner, questions and discussion? Oops. I have an issue on this one I just want to bring up for my fellow commissioners. Could we pull up the ordinance on this one again, on this particular one? And I don't mean to play lawyer, but this is such an important referendum question, and I'm hoping to get a bit more specificity in the language of the referendum. And we have 23 available words. So the ordinance contains some language that would be real nice, I think, if it was included. If you can scroll down some. There you go. Okay. In C, we state in the ordinance itself, okay, that the actual ballot language, we're asking for permission to borrow for emergencies or disasters. But in the bottom of C, the last sentence, to remove debris from and to repair or reconstruct any public infrastructure or capital facilities damaged as a direct result of the emergency or disaster. I think those words are valuable. Not a lot of people are going to read the ordinance, but we have 23 available words. There are 25 words here. I've talked to city attorney, and there is room to tweak a couple of words so that that sentence could be included. I think creating a bit more specificity will help our citizens in making a decision on this one. This is a must-have, and anything and everything we can do to be as specific as possible, I think's worth doing. But, you know, I'm open to what my fellow commissioners think on this one. Commissioner Langman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the added definition would be helpful to getting this passed. Certainly, I believe for myself, my intention, and I suspect for all of us, is that any borrowing against this referendum question would conform to that definition. So I'm supportive of including it in the language of the referendum itself.
Any other thoughts? Public comments?
Robin San Vicente?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold one
Commissioner
second, Robin.
Petro? You have
The-
something to say on this matter?
Just the more specific the language, the better for the voters to see it. I'm just in support of that too.
Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Stokes, because what you said is exactly what I was going to say. Because the original declared emergency had a lot of that verbiage in there. And then all of a sudden, we get this one, and to make it narrower, it's totally vague, wouldn't pass, I can tell you right now, would not pass. So putting that language back in, so it's very specific, the way it should be, it will pass. That was my
We're going
comment.
to take
so-
that to the bank.
Yeah, there was no problem with it before. The only problem we had before, it was tied to the other referendum, not separate, and that was the whole problem. So putting that language back in, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That's it? Right. Then I am closing the public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll make it. I move to adopt ordinance number 2024-48 with the addition of, and I'm desperately looking for it. City Clerk, do you have it?
To add language from section 2.02C in the referendum question. I don't know what the specific language is, but I know that's the section.
Yeah, I just don't have it in front of me.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can help you. Maybe if you don't want, if you want to wordsmith it, I'll let you do it, but maybe I can help you with some language for that, if you don't mind.
By all means.
All right. So.
It's your wheelhouse.
So in the actual question for the referendum question itself, I would recommend at the very end of that paragraph, if you're looking at it, removing the last section that says to respond to a declared emergency or disaster, deleting those words, and after without voter approval, including if the debt is used to remove debris from, repair, or reconstruct any public infrastructure or capital facilities damaged as a direct result of a declared emergency or disaster. That gives you the language from the actual charter amendment into the bond, into the referendum question itself. So that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, that works for me. City Clerk, can you read it back so we?
Sure. I would propose to replace the current, I'll just read the whole referendum question itself. So to read, Florida law allows local governments to issue certain debt for various government purposes. The city charter requires voter approval before the city issues any debt. Should the charter be amended, allowing the city to issue debt payable from funds other than property taxes without voter approval, if the debt is used to remove debris from, repair, or reconstruct any public infrastructure or capital facilities damaged as a direct result of a declared emergency or disaster. That's 75 words exactly.
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 I do.
Perfect.
Sold.
Sold. We're all good with that? We ready to vote?
Second, yeah.
I'll second, if you don't have a second. On their lamb chop.
That passes 5-0.
Limping along.
Limping along, moving on to G, ordinance 2024-49. City Clerk, if you'd be kind enough.
Ordinance number 2024-49, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, calling for a referendum question to be placed before the qualified electors of the City of Northport, Florida at the May 13, 2025 special election, providing a referendum question determining whether to amend the city charter to remove the residency requirements for the city clerk and city attorney positions, providing for the full text of the proposed charter amendment, providing findings, providing for an effective date for the new charter language if the proposed charter amendment is approved, providing for the filing of the ordinance with the Sarasota County Supervisor of Elections, providing for publication of the text of the proposed charter amendment, providing for filing with the Florida Department of State if the proposed charter amendment is approved, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe this is your item, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The item for the second reading, during the City Commission regular meeting held on December 10th, 2024, the Commission continued the ordinance number 2024-49 to the second reading on a date to be determined, amending the special election date to May 13th, 2025. Ordinance number 2024-49 reflects the change to a Northport special election on that date of May 13th, 2025. We recommend today's action of adopting ordinance number 2024-49 as presented with the amendments in response to City Commission direction from the City Commission regular meeting on December 10th, 2024. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner questions and discussion? Seeing none. Public comment?
Josh Smith, citizen of Northport. With all that's going on, well, you guys blow my mind how you come up with some of this stuff that's important to you. Could you imagine that this is our house? You guys make the decisions in this house. You're telling me that you're okay with someone not living in your house making your decisions? This is the greatest city in the country. I know. I've hunted it down. I found it. And two positions that pay more than enough to live in this city, somehow they don't have to. I mean, we're not talking, we're not talking that, her lowest staff member has to live in the city. I mean, these are charter members of this city. They sit up there on the dais. And for some reason, they don't have to be a member of our community. How do we get here, folks? Help me to understand how this is a decision we make. I don't know if I'm stuck on common sense lane. I mean, I don't get it. They are charter members who sit on a dais. And the answer is they don't even have to live in our city. I don't know, folks. You're going to have to help me on this one. It blows my mind this is even a conversation. I'm sorry if you can't afford to live in Northport. I apologize profusely. Luckily, there might be some affordable housing coming in. You guys blow my mind sometimes. It's just shocking to me that this is a conversation we have. Good luck with it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll close public hearing and request a motion.
I'll make it. Move to adopt ordinance number 2024-49 as presented.
Second?
With a motion by Vice Mayor to adopt ordinance 2024-49 as presented, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Let us vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on, ordinance number 2025-01. City Clerk, if you'd read by title only.
Ordinance number 2025-01, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district budget and capital improvement budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 for the Hurricane Ian repairs and additional costs to Park Impact Fee projects P21 BET Circle of Honor, P17 EPI Environmental Park Improvements, and P24 LTC Legacy Trail Connection to War Mineral Springs in the amount of $3,171,180, providing for findings, providing for posting, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the second reading of the Hurricane Ian repairs and additional cost to Park Impact Fee Project, Circle of Honor, Environmental Park Improvements, Legacy Trail Connection to War Mineral Springs in the amount of $3,171,180. We recommend the action of second reading today of adopting ordinance number 2025-01. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Questions and discussion, commissioners? Public comment.
There is none.
Looking for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 2025-01 as presented.
Motion made by Commissioner Langdon, to adopt ordinance 2025-01 as presented, seconded by Vice Mayor. There's nothing to that. Let us vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on, ordinance number 2025-02. City Clerk, if you'd read by title only, please.
Ordinance number 2025-02, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Section 74-151, to designate additional city roadways for the operation of a golf cart, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At its regular meeting on January 14, 2025, the City Commission continued this ordinance to second reading on January 28, 2025, as presented. We ask that you adopt and approve ordinance number 2025-02 on second reading today, January 28, 2025. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any commissioner questions or discussion on this item? Make sure. Nope. Any public comments? With that, I'm closing the public hearing and requesting a motion.
Move to adopt ordinance number 2025-02 as presented.
Got a motion by Vice Mayor to adopt ordinance 2025-02 as presented, seconded by Commissioner Duval. Let us vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to resolutions. 2025-R-10. City Clerk, if you'd be so kind.
Resolution number 2025-R-10, a resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, amending City Commission Policy number 2021-05 related to commission meeting schedules, notices, and agendas, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. This is your item.
Yes. On September 24th, Commission provided direction to amend this policy to define the process for placement of agenda items on an agenda requested by a member of the public and to define a process for placement of items on an agenda requested by a commissioner and denied by the city manager. This policy was amended to state in the event that the city manager denies placement of an item on an upcoming agenda, the request will be placed on the next agenda for commission direction. And to add, members of the public may submit agenda items for inclusion to each city commissioner or all city commissioners. And we request commission adopt the resolution as presented.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, questions, discussion on this one? Nope. Public comments?
First, I want to say thank you for putting in this verbiage. It's really important to the citizenry. They have that afforded to them. I just have one comment on the wording on page 4, item D2. Because an ordinance must be read during at least 2 public hearings, every effort should be made for the reading of an ordinance to occur during one evening meeting and one day meeting. I'm having a problem with the way it starts out with the word because. I'm having a problem with the every effort should. Why do we have that in there? Don't you have to have at least a meeting during the daytime and one in the evening? So what is the every effort? Let's try and have a meeting in the evening? You have to be able to afford the community the choice. This is not. This is, well, we're going to make an effort, and, oh, well, we can't this time. Maybe next time we'll try again. So I got a problem with keeping that in there. It should just read an ordinance must be read during at least 2 public hearings, one in the evening and one in the daytime. Get rid of the word every effort. I mean, words matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I'm closing this public hearing and requesting a motion.
I'll make it. I move to adopt resolution number 2025-R-10 as presented.
Got a motion made by Commissioner Langdon to adopt Resolution 2025-R-10 as presented, seconded by.
I'm so sorry, I'm on the wrong one, I apologize. It's resolution number 2025-R-11.
No, it's not. It's 10.
Not?
10.
Oh,
It's 10,
okay.
you're good.
Oh,
We're
I'm
getting-
good, okay.
We're getting punchy.
I
Yep.
thought my eye fell, okay.
We
got it.
are good,
Okay,
as stated.
Getting a little late in the evening, is
Yep.
it,
yeah, it
Commissioner?
is, yeah.
Maybe you
Time-
shouldn't have kept us so long earlier.
Let's
Yeah,
vote.
you're right.
Hello.
Waiting on you.
And that passes 5-0. Then the system's getting tired.
Yep.
All right, moving on. Resolution number 2025-R-11. City Clerk.
Resolution number 2025-R-11, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, amending City Commission Policy number 2020-04 related to the procedures and methods for public comment in City Commission meetings and workshops, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Clerk, this is your item.
On September 24th, Commission provided direction to add language stating public comment is limited to one public comment card per agenda item, and that voicemail public comment will be played into the record during the first general public comment. And we request Commission adopt the resolution as presented.
Ma'am, any questions, commissioners? None. Public comment?
Can I just stay up here? Okay. Thank you again for addressing this policy. All right, so I have a couple of comments. Item A1C. No, that was the other one. It was previously discussed that public comment should, or it was recommended and suggested that the public comment should come before your vote, prior to a full discussion. Because right now, you have your discussion, it's like you're not listening to us. We don't even get an acknowledgement like, yeah, we're going to consider what you say, take it under advisement or whatever. We're just ignored and you vote, and it doesn't matter whatever we said. There's like never an acknowledgement, thank you for your comment, we'll take it under consideration. No, it just like falls to the wayside. So we're always constantly feeling ignored. And that was why I originally recommended to please have it come before your discussion. So whatever the public comment might be given, you can at least consider it before you just ignore it and just vote. Just like what just happened now. You didn't even consider removing the verbiage in the other one. And that's totally unnecessary to have. Every effort should be made to have a meeting in the day and the evening. That's totally ridiculous to have those words in there. The second one on this was the character count. We've been asking if you can please increase the character count on the e-comments, because 2,000 character counts are not enough. We had maybe suggested 2,200, just to give us some time to get our thoughts out. Not everybody's the same, that can get their words in 2,000, because even spaces are counted, The other thing is with the voice message on a public comment. If we're given 3 minutes to stand before you in person, why can't we have the same 3 minutes on a voice message? Nobody can talk that fast to get their thoughts out in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. We can't. You'll never understand it. And we can't properly relay the passion of what we need to tell you through a public comment. So I would just, again, request if you could look at increasing the character count, a couple of hundred characters, and if you could increase our voice messages to 3 minutes to match the public in-person comment. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Closing the public hearing and requesting a motion. Hello.
Well, I was moving, I was looking ahead. Where are we at? 2025. I move to adopt resolution number 2025-R-11 as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion made by Vice Mayor to adopt Resolution 2025-R-11 as presented, seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Let's vote. And that passes 3-2 with Commissioners Duval and Petrov assenting. Anything to that, gentlemen?
I agree with the public commenter comments about, the difference between, being able to speak for 3 minutes and being only limited, on a phone message, to 2. I'm sorry that I missed that.
Mr. Petro.
Yes, I also missed that, and I do want to say that I'm for effective channels of communication between the public and the board. I am for listening to the public and would like to have them the same amount of time, either by phone or by email. And also, it's not a bad idea to have public comment before the discussion of the board, because that opens up our ears to the public and see what they say. And just like Robin mentioned, that it's kind of, we do it and then they say it, the public say it, and we're like, okay, we don't care. So that's why I'm voting no.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking for an email. I thought we asked Madam Clerk that question earlier this week or very recently, and there was a reason why it's the way that it is.
When we
Am I-
were developing it way back in, what is this, 2020? Yeah, 2020. IT had, and I don't remember the exact conversation, and I know for the e-comment, they had a scenario of what equivalent of characters would equal the 3 minutes of in-person conversation. I don't remember so much about the voicemail, but I do know the character count. They did decide that that would be the appropriate character amount to equal the 3 minutes that a person would have if they were in person.
Thank you. I knew that there was a explanation behind it. I just don't know that that's been stated publicly or how much we discussed it, or even if we need to revisit it. And Mr. Mayor, I understand that we've gotten a lot of public comment from the individuals in the audience. I am asking them, if you really want to know why some of the things that we do and why you get treated the way you treated, please schedule a meeting and come and sit down and talk to us. Because when you ask about why is the commission not responding, it's public comment, not public questioning. We're there to give you the information you might need behind the scenes so you don't get up here and end up and leave frustrated. Our goal is not to frustrate you. Our goal is to help you understand why we do what we do, regardless if you agree with it or not. There's a clear disconnect between some of our actions and some of your responses. I encourage you to reach out to us for a meeting through my office if you would like one.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to general business. 25-1795. Discussion and possible action regarding the appointment of Paul Jackaman and Ali Akaveva to the Environmental Advisory Board. City Clerk, if you'd introduce this item.
Yes, the EAB, Environmental Advisory Board, currently has vacancies for 1 regular member and 2 alternate members. Commission will need to determine who to appoint for each. Currently, Mr. Jackman does serve on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board as well. Ali Akiveva does not serve on any board at this time.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, any questions, discussion? All right. Oh, Mr. Langdon.
Yeah, I have a very quick question. City Clerk, who was first into the queue?
Let me look and see.
My thought behind that is I think we should, in these situations, go by who applied for the position first. And we previously approved the ability for folks to serve on 2 advisory boards. I now don't think it would be appropriate to penalize someone for applying for their second advisory board. If they were first into the queue, I would say let's go with the person who was first in the queue to be in the regular position and second as the alternate. So that's sort of my thought process on that.
Ali Akavia, she submitted her application on December 16th, and Paul Jackman submitted his on December 25th.
I would go with Ellie. That's all I have.
Commissioner Duval?
Yes. Mr. Akaiva, in his application, states that he plans on transferring from the local college he's in now to the University of Florida. Now, if someone's planning on leaving, why would I want to put them on a board? It's just, I would pick Mr. Jackman in this case. In the other case, oh, wait a minute, never mind. I'm ahead of myself. But I would, just because of the statement that, planning on moving out of town.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, this will be for Commissioner Duval. On that application, did it say that they were moving, or could they be doing online classes at University of Florida and stuff like that? So it's an open-ended question, and I agree with Commissioner Langdon, first in the queue, and we already have Mr. Jackman that's serving on a board. I would like to give the opportunity to the other individual to serve on a board as well, and then Mr. Jackman could be the alternate. That's the way I look at it, because, you can do college through the internet now and stuff. So it's just not crystal clear to me. That's my only dilemma. I'd like to give them a chance. If they move, that makes an opening, and then they can always move somebody over if they want to.
Actually, I believe Mr. Akaiva is already on a board.
Thought you said no.
Yeah, did I?
I think it was a Miss Ikeava. Is she on a board already?
No,
Right. Yeah, she was.
Paul Jackman is on a board.
Paul Jackman is on a board.
Ali Akaiva is not
Not on a board.
any board.
No.
Again, I still, there was no delineation whether he was planning to take online classes. It just said he was planning to transfer from one college to the other. And I took that as I may be leaving town.
Which is fine. I understand your reasoning. They applied, and give them a shot. Just see where it goes. I mean, we're looking for volunteers to get on boards. I don't really think it's a decision to make to say, no, just because, no. Get them on a board. If they vacate, then they got an opening on the board, and put somebody else in. That's the way I look at it.
All right, well, in this case, we're talking about the Environmental Advisory Board, correct? And aren't there what we're looking at are 2 alternate positions?
One regular member and one alternate member. So if you did appoint one as a regular member and they were to leave, the alternate would actually move into that position.
Okay.
It's a spirited conversation. Over?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Public comment? Well, then I'm requesting a motion.
I'll make it. I move to approve the appointment of Ali Akeva as a regular member and Paul Jacobman as an alternate member of the Environmental Advisory Board to serve a term January 28th, 2025 through January 27th, 2028.
All right, I got a motion by Commissioner Langdon to approve the appointment of Ali Akava to the, as a regular member, and Paul Jacobman as an alternate member of the Environmental Advisory Board to serve a term January 28th, 25 through January 27th, 2028. There's nothing else to that. Let us vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on, 25-1797. Discussion and possible action regarding the appointment of Richard Gortz, Charles Wolf, and Jessica McMee to the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board. City Clerk, it's your item.
The Planning and Zoning Advisory Board currently has vacancies for 2 alternate positions. Commission will need to determine who to appoint as the alternate 1 and the alternate 2. Mr. Gortz was appointed to serve on the Community Economic Development Advisory Board under the consent agenda during this meeting. And the first application that was received was from Jessica McCamey. The second one was from Charles Wolf.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Questions, discussion? Seeing nothing. Public comment? Nope, I'm sorry, Commissioner Duval.
Yes, we do have public comment.
Oh, Commissioner Duval, you're up though, sir.
People move faster than I can here. I did read the applications of all 3. And if you look at the applications of both Mr. Gortz and Mr. Wolf, you will see extended background. I'm talking law. I'm talking, one of them has extended degrees. Ms. McCamey did not put in a resume. I would definitely, Mr. Gortz and Mr. Wolf, extended background, serving cities on commissions. There's, to me, those 2 gentlemen, there's just no comparison with the application of Ms. McCamey.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, as I understand that's fine. That's a good argument. The only thing is that Mr. Gortz was selected and put on a board earlier today in the consent agenda. We passed in, what was the board?
CDAB.
So he's already going to be a board member, and these are for alternate positions. And Miss McMee was the first one in the queue, so I would put her as the first alternate and the other one as the second alternate. And that's only to be fair to get individuals involved into becoming board members. I'd hate to see people put in and then you say no, and then they just go away and then they have no interest anymore. At least give them all a shot.
I understand what.
That's just my opinion.
I do understand what you're saying, and and if it were another board, I might be able to agree, but this is the PZAB board.
I understand.
And without seeing any kind of a resume, and the resumes I saw on the other 2 gentlemen, even if even if that gentleman was put on a board earlier today, okay, didn't this commission already say it's okay to be on two boards?
Yes, yeah,
I'm
and that's
sorry,
fine.
but seeing no submission of any kind of background compared to the backgrounds of these two gentlemen, I have to go with the two gentlemen.
And that's
That's
fine.
just my feeling, that's all.
Sure. I do agree with you. I do agree with you. It's up to.
I have a quick question of city clerk. I know that CDAB has specific seats for specific skill sets. Is PZAP the same? Are we looking for these alternates or the alternates to the seat? Is it specified what we're looking for?
No, the
in that
alternate
seat?
would, if any member of the board,
Any at all?
any at all, were
Okay.
not there, the alternate would fill in.
Okay, and so we don't have any specific requirements for different seats like we do in CDAP?
I believe they have, let me look it up real fast.
I know sometimes a seat is specifically for a resident. Another seat might be for someone with a particular skill set.
Um, It just says no more than 2 members of the board, including alternate members, shall be of the same business, trade, or profession to the greatest extent possible. At least 3 members shall have experience and expertise in planning, zoning, land use, and related topics. I don't currently have the list of what their professions are of the current members, though.
In lieu of that information, I would be inclined to support Commissioner Duval's argument that particularly for that board, we do want to have people with experience and expertise.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I said I agreed.
Yeah.
I got no problems with it.
All right. That's it, commissioners. Any public comment?
That was one of my comments as far as expertise on this particular board, especially. My other comment is, and it might not go over too good, but here's something to consider. On a planning and zoning board, since you already have it under the membership requirements that not to be hold an elective office. Okay. My thinking is we shouldn't have a developer or a builder on this board either. Now, even though there's 9 members, these developers and the builders know everybody. Sometimes it only takes 1 vote to pass something. And it could be that developer passing that development that really shouldn't be passed or recommended. So I don't see why we need to have a developer on there, because in my mind, it's a conflict of interest, especially if that developer has some projects within our city. Then what is that particular person going to vote on? He's going to probably vote through any development because he's a builder or he's a developer. That's my thinking. I think it's a conflict of interest, and it doesn't sit right with me to have a builder on this particular board, especially if it might just take 1 vote to approve something, and that 1 vote is a builder, and that builder has a project within our city, and he knows another builder who has another project within our city. Then it's not an unbiased board, in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all. Request a motion.
I don't know if I can get the words up
Okay.
correctly, but I'll make an effort at it. I move to approve the appointment of Mr. Gortz and Mr. Wolf to serve as an alternate 1, well, Appointment of Mr. Gortz to serve as an alternate 1 member and Mr. Wolf to serve as alternate 2 member on the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board from January 28th, 2025 through January 27th, 2029.
All right, I have a motion made by Commissioner Duval to approve the appointment of Mr. Gortz to serve as an alternate 1 member, and Mr. Wolf to serve as alternate 2 member on the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, January 28th, 25 through January 27th, 29. Oh,
I wasn't quick enough to do a second for discussion. I just wanted to suggest both Mr. Gortz and Mr. Wolf are both highly experienced. Mr. Wolf had his application in first. I'd be inclined if my first and seconder would consider making Mr. Wolf alternate 1 and Mr. Gortz alternate 2. But we do have a motion on the floor.
You would have to amend it.
Are you open for, so I could?
You can amend it.
I suggest an amendment to the motion, which would place Charles Wolf to serve as alternate 1 member and Richard Gortz to serve as alternate 2 member on the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, serving from January 28th, 2025 through January 27th, 2029.
I'll second that.
all right. So I have an amendment made by
Yeah.
Commissioner Langdon to appoint Charles Wolf as alternative 1 member and alternate 1 member, and Mr. Gortz as alternate 2 member on the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board from January 28th, 25 through January 27th, 2029. We need to vote first on that amendment, or that, yeah. And that passes 5-0. City Clerk, we do need to vote on the original.
As amended.
As amended. And that passes 5-0. All right. Moving on, 24-1038. Discussion and possible action to approve the 11th Amendment to the Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2023-17.004 for construction services contract phase 2 with John F. Swift, Inc. in the amount of $72,607 for demolition services of the Utilities Administration Building. This is your item, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We ask that you approve 11th Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2023-17.004 for construction services contract phase 2 with John F. Swift Incorporated in the amount of $72,607 for demolition services of the Utilities Administration Building. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commission questions and discussion. Seeing none. Any public comments? All right, then I'm looking for a motion.
Move to approve the 11th Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2023-17.004 for construction services contract phase 2 with John F. Swift Incorporated in the amount of $72,607 for demolition services of the Utilities Administration Building.
All right, I got a motion made by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Duval to approve the 11th Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract 2023-17.004 for construction services contract phase 2 with John F. Swift, Inc. in the amount of $72,607 for demolition services of the Utilities Administration Building. Let us vote. And that passes 5-0. Next up, 24-1149. Discussion and possible action to approve the 6th Amendment to the Construction Manager at Risk Contract 2023-17.005 17.001 for construction services contract phase 2 with Wharton Smith, Inc. in the amount of $332,217 for repairs to the senior center. City manager, it's your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me.
We ask that you approve the Sixth Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2023-17.001 for construction services contract phase 2 with Wharton Smith Incorporated in the amount of $332,217 for repairs to the senior center. Thank you, sir.
Commission questions and discussion? All right, seeing none, any public comments? For a motion,
I move to approve the Sixth Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2023-17.001 for construction services contract phase 2 with Wharton Smith Incorporated in the amount of $332,217 for repairs to the senior center.
Second.
motion made by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Langdon to approve the Sixth Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract 2023-17.001. Construction Services Contract Phase 2 with Wharton Smith, Inc. in the amount of $332,217 for repairs to the senior center. That has vote. Good grief. And that passes 5-0. Moving on, coming down the home stretch, 24-1150, discussion and possible action to approve the Eighth Amendment to the Construction Manager at Risk Contract 2023-17001 for construction services contract phase 2 with Wharton Smith in the amount of $204,679 for repair services at the Family Service Center building. City Manager, it's your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff asks that you approve the Eighth Amendment to the Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2023-17-001 for construction services phase 2 for Wharton Smith in the amount of $204,679 for repair services at the Family Service Center building. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, anything to this one? Seeing nothing. Public comment? Looking for a motion.
I move to approve the Eighth Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2023-17.001 for construction services contract phase 2 with Wharton Smith Incorporated in the amount of $204,679 for repair services at the Family Service Center building.
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a motion made by Vice Mayor, approved by Commissioner Lang, or seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Move to approve the Eighth Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract 2023-17.001 for construction services contract phase 2 with Wharton Smith, Inc. in the amount of $204,679 for repair service at the Family Service Center building. Let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Next item, 24-1152, discussion and possible action to approve the Fourth Amendment to the Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2023-17.003 for construction services contract phase 2 with Ajax Building Company, LLC, in the amount of $360,730.13 lighting repairs to the open spaces of City Hall campus. City Manager, it's your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a result of the recommended action that we are asking for tonight is to approve the Fourth Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2023-17.003 for construction services contract phase 2 with Ajax Building Company, LLC, in the amount of $360,730.13 for repairs to the lighting in the open spaces of the City Hall campus. Thank you, sir.
Anything to that, Commissioners? Any public comment? And I'm looking for a motion.
Move to approve the Fourth Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2023-17.003 for construction services contract Phase 2 with Ajax Building Company LLC in the amount of $360,730.13 for repairs to the lighting in the open spaces of the City Hall campus.
Got a motion made by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Duval to approve the Fourth Amendment to Construction Manager at Risk Contract number 2023-17.003 for construction service contract Phase 2 with Ajax Building Company LLC in the amount of $360,730.13 for repairs to the lighting in the open spaces of City Hall campus. And we're voting. And that passes 5-0. We have come to final general public comments.
Evening or afternoon or whatever it is right now. I'll endeavor to be brief. My first issue is I've been a member of many boards and committees over the decades. And one thing I've noticed lately is there seems to be a lack of timely information getting to many of the boards and committees as it relates to advising the commission prior to the action of the commission as it relates to projects. I'm looking more into it, and hopefully we'll discuss it with the city clerk to get greater clarification on that issue. But it's something that I believe will be coming to the commission. The next thing is that as chairman of the EAB, I deeply appreciate the filling of the board. Okay. And as chairman of the Veterans Circle of Honor Committee, I deeply appreciate you putting the funding in so we can get that ball rolling. Other than that, thank you very much. You are deeply respected. Believe it.
That we're on to final commissioner communications. Mr. Duval.
Yes, January 17th, I attended the Convocation of Governments in Sarasota. I attended the State of the City address by our city manager at Suncoast Tech. And last night, I attended the Teen Court here.
Sir. Commissioner Petro.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a few things. City manager, can you update the board on the CIP comprehensive list, and when do you plan to present it?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Petro. So as we spoke about this last time in public, the report was originally due to you as a board at the end of January, which is where we are now. And we responded with information that said that the consultant is waiting on our facility condition assessment to be complete to add that information into the comprehensive CIP report that you will receive. That report is still about 30 days away from being complete. So it is our goal to make sure that you have that report and discuss it publicly, most likely in the beginning of March, which will be right in alignment with our beginning of our budget conversations. And you will see how that report will factor into what we put into not only our current CIP, but the long-term financial planning of the comprehensive capital needs of the city.
Thank you. And then next, I want to ask for a consensus to direct the city manager to update the board on the price widening project.
Need a consensus for me to update the board on the price widening project?
Publicly.
How about I just do it without a consensus, sir? Okay. Earlier today, you received a memo that I gave to all of you, except you, Commissioner Petro, because we received it last night, and your agenda briefing was yesterday. Earlier this evening, I sent you a copy of the final signed one from everyone, including Finance, who was the last department member that we needed to sign off on it. The situation of the one bidder that we had for Pike Boulevard caused a problem because the difference between our funding and their need was roughly $10 million. There was a comment earlier about the project costing $100 million, and I don't know what kind of math that was used to get to that number, but that number coming from that person was very inaccurate. So the vendor did work with us and dropped their price by $3 million, which then cost us to lose $1.5 million from a grant that we were going to receive because the bid amount had been massaged and worked with, which was a condition of that grant. So then we as a team went back and decided how can we make up the gap of the shortfall between the project of what was needed and what we had, which was roughly about $7 million. The surtax amount that we had in one of our projects in 2026, 27 was for the utility expansion project. And we are recommending that we use $7 million from that project in the short term to do Price Boulevard so that we can get it going and moving. The date of that it will come before you as a board is March 18th for you to make that decision. We have been given word by the contractor that if you approve that on March 18th, that they will be able to mobilize and begin the work in the beginning of April. Beginning of April would coincide before the actual referendum in May, which I believe is something this community needs to see before they get to vote on those new items that we're asking for. Once you read the memo, which is a very thorough memo that was created from our Public Works Department, and then, like I said, sign off on finance, people will be able to see what has been done between the time that we talked about it last publicly and the time that we're talking about it now. But it just goes to the gap in communication of what people are speaking about versus what we're actually doing. And there needs to be a better connection between that, and we need to work on that.
Thank you. And the next thing I wanted to ask, direct the staff to provide a bullet list of all the referendum questions items so we can inform the public. Is it something possible we can do online, not a website, so they will be more informed?
If you remember what we did when we had the referendum questions last year, we had an entire website dedicated to it. The website was dedicated to it after you as a board decided what the final question was and how it was to be stated. You just did that today. How in the world can we put something out there online with information without it being complete and voted on? It doesn't make any sense. Just because the timing of what you believe that you need today to vote on something 90 days from now is important doesn't make it correct. You need to let the process play through with what we're doing and how we're doing it and not demand information before it's accurate for you to get. So then you'll criticize it when it's inaccurate when you get it in advance. It just doesn't make sense.
That makes sense, yes. Thank you. The last thing I want to say, and I missed it when the discussion was about the putting on a referendum, the removal of a residency requirement. And I just wanted to speak my reasons why I voted to put it up for the voters to do that. Is we have a perfect example of a sitting interim attorney in our city. And we can save a lot of money by just utilizing our in-house assets. And that's the reason I voted for that referendum question to be presented to the public. I think it's efficient appropriation or use of our funds as a city. And that's maybe the public does not understand, but that's, for me, to be clear to the public, is that's the reason I did that. Because we can utilize what we have in-house, then hunt for another city attorney. And with this situation, for example, one person cannot live within the city limits due to the various reasons. Logically, they would move to the city anyways. But in some instances, family issues or whatever the issues might be, some people cannot. So those are my reasoning to that vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given the hour and the physical condition of our mayor, I will not share my activities for the past month, but I will be submitting a report to City Clerk at the end of the month summarizing my activities this month, and she can post it on the website. So I'll pass for tonight.
I'm gonna finish strong. I did attend the Police and Fire Rescue National Night Out, Fire Rescue Open House. Had the privilege of speaking at the Acadia Behavioral Hospital. Hallelujah, our first one.
Not strong.
Let's start that again. I attended Police and Fire National Night Out, Fire Rescue Open House. Had the pleasure of speaking at the Acadia Behavioral Hospital. Attended the State of the City address and convocation of governments, and also was there for the send-off for our police on the presidential inauguration deployment. I would just make one quick comment. On this referendum, as city manager said, you know, these items need to meet a deadline to get on the referendum. As this process plays out, there will be a plethora of information that'll be made available. There are the 3 town halls that are going to take place. I believe that if supporters of these charter amendments support this, there may well be the opportunity to do some direct mailing to households and individuals throughout the city. I think that's important, but we have to remember the city itself cannot advocate, it can educate. Commissioners can advocate. So if there are parties out there who support these referendum items and they are willing to step up to provide compelling reasons why these should be supported, that'll happen. And there'll be factual information on our city website. And like I say, we make ourselves available. Any citizens that want to ask can, you know, again, we try to do everything we can to make to provide as much information to people out there as possible. But there has to be some meeting somewhere, somehow. The reality is, and I'll make the point, I don't think more than 10 to 12,000 people are going to attend this special election. And that is shame on them. Okay? If people come and say to me, how could you put such important referendum items out there for the public in an off year? I say, how can we afford to wait 2 more years at the exponential increasing costs? These are critical items. Citizens, if they want to participate in the process, need to do just that. So I challenge everyone. Listen, come out, ask questions, do what you can. Stay off of social media, ask the people who have the information, and then make your intelligent decisions when you vote. That's all we can do. One way or the other, we need to do this city's business, and we will. Okay? As far as the one comment, I'm glad Commissioner Petrov made the comment about the city attorney and the city clerk. There is no good godly reason why those 2 individuals need to live in the city. City manager, absolutely. The other 2, we need to have the ability to draw from a larger pool of expertise. Our city may not have the capability. There's not been one city attorney or assistant city attorney that was ever hired who lived in this city. Now, forcing them to move within 6 months to the city, I mean, why if they live close enough to be able to commute to work? So I don't see it as an issue, and none of us did when we posed this item. I think that, you know, hey, let the citizens make up their mind on this one. That's it.
Whack that gavel, Mayor.
No, we're not finished. We got to see if the city manager, city attorney, or city clerk have anything to say.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Nothing from Mr.
Well, now, it's 10:33. I adjourn this meeting.
You hung in there.
I did. I finished strong. I told you. Just keep eating that medicine. All right. Nice job.